All right. Peace, peace, peace. ETM Hotep, which is welcome in peace. This is your brother Wujau mdw-ntr. I'd like to welcome everyone to our Freestyle Friday. Today is February 14th. It's Valentine's Day. So happy Valentine's Day to those who are, into Valentine's Day and celebrate it. Happy Valentine's Day to you. So today is our Freestyle Friday, and you are tuned in to the Sesh Netcher YouTube channel. All right, so just want to welcome everyone and give everybody a chance to get settled in. Get your notebooks ready, your pencil, your pad, your tablet, whatever you got. All right, got 16,000 people tuned in already, so appreciate that. So for those who may not be familiar with our Freestyle Fridays, this is something that we've been doing for years now. I can actually say years with an S on there. We took a break from it, but we started it back up this year. So as of 2020, we've been back at it. But basically what Freestyle Friday is all about is it's actually our chance to practice transliterations and translations, and it's opportunity to have some fun and to test our knowledge. Okay, so just like freestyle rapping, we freestyle transliterations and translations by not using books. So we don't use a dictionary, we don't use a sign list or a glyph list or anything. Straight from the head, straight from the dome. All right. And usually when we go through that process, we deal with crowd participation. Those of you in the chat and who may come on the panel, sometimes we post a link, and we just go in at it. But before we conclude, we usually crack open the books and then verify the things that we came up with without the books. All right. And sometimes now the text that we use is random text. People will send it to us, post it in our Facebook group. And by the way, if you haven't joined our Facebook group, join our Facebook group. It's under the same name, Sesh netjer. The link should be in the description. You can join that. And so we get inbox pictures, we get emailed pictures. People post pictures inside the group and ask us to translate, or use it for Freestyle Fridays. And so we take pictures. So if you have a picture that, and sometimes people will send us a picture that's a lot of text, and we don't have time to freestyle for a lot of text, but we'll still use it. We may only do a few rows or a few columns within the text, but, so we just keep that in mind. But we welcome all kinds of text to do. All right, especially the formal hieroglyphs. The hieratic, that's for a future time. We're going to get into that in the future. And hopefully a lot of people will, walk with us when we deal with hieratic, what they call hieratic. All right, so we will be doing that. Another announcement I want to make, though, is our beginners class. Okay, so for the month of February, I will be starting a new class group, and the image is on the screen. You should see it there. Sabre University is the website. SabreUniversity.com is the website that hosts the classes, the courses. All right, so it is titled "Let the Ancestors Speak: Beginner's Introduction to Egyptian Hieroglyphic." Introduction to it. Instructor is Sabre Wujau, which is myself. And you basically, the way the course is set up is that you learn at your own pace. You follow the textbook in chronological sequential order through the chapters, and each element within the chapter will build upon itself until you get to the end, where you will then know how to transliterate and translate. Basically what we're doing tonight. All right. And it's self-paced, meaning you can learn at your own pace. You could learn in a week if you're that dedicated and have some time and are pretty sharp like that, or you could take as long as you want. But when I say I set up groups is for the live sessions. So what I do is once a week, I'll spend 2 hours in a live session with those who are registered so that we can walk sequentially through the chapters and answer any questions, go over any of the information, and make sure everything is understood. So that usually takes 12 weeks. So I usually start a new group once I get enough people interested, and I will start a new group, and we'll meet based on availability of the majority of people in the group. All right, so I'm looking to do that for February. So we're about in the middle of February now, and so I want to go ahead and get that going. So if you are interested in registering for the class, do so, as soon as you can. Or if you know someone who's interested, who may be interested, let them know about it and let them know to get registered so I can start scheduling those live sessions. So I spend 2 hours once a week for those live sessions. All right. And anyone who's been through the class, I say once a week, but sometimes we meet more than once a week. I have side build sessions. It's not just about the language strictly. It's also about the culture and other conversations dealing with ancient Kemet. All right. So make sure you spread the word out there for that. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. So again, welcome to those who just tuned in. It's your brother Wujao, and so I'm going to run point tonight, get some freestyling in, and so I'm going to deal with participation. So now I know there's a delay, but I'm going to do things a little different because I'm going to teach you all something as well, something different, not just transliterations and translations. I'm going to give you some very, very basic information about Rani Kemet grammar. All right. And when you hear me say Rani Kemet, that is the indigenous name for the language, the ancient Egyptian language. All right. So Rani Kemet, the writing system or the writing script is called Sesh, medu, netjer. So you hear me say that a lot. If you didn't know, now you know. So Rani Kemet is the language and Sesh, medu, netjer is the writing system. So what I'm going to do tonight is give some basic insights on Rani Kemet grammar. Okay, so while we're doing that, we're going to do freestyling. So I'm going to, plant 2 trees with 1 seed. All right. So you notice how I did that. Plant 2 trees with 1 seed instead of kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Killing is, that doom and gloom. Might as well plant 2 trees with 1 seed, right? So that's what we're going to do. Plant 2 trees with 1 seed. All right. So, and I want you all to participate. So now like I said, there's a delay. But I'm going to try to talk and work through it. I don't like that dead silence. I'm not like some of you all who can rap over dead silence. All right. So now the first thing, let me switch my screen over for you all so you all can see it. Okay. So on the screen, I have the 4 main steps in order to transliterate and translate. All right. This is an immutable steps. These 4 steps are immutable. They are done by everybody. I don't care if you're a beginner or you are a supreme expert or if you were an ancient Egyptian yourself. If you time traveled, you still have to do this. All right. So here are the 4 main steps to transliterate and translate. So the first thing you're going to do with any text that you get, if you visit a museum or you Googling online, you download a picture, first thing you do is step 1, which is an observation step. So you're going to observe the picture, the overall picture, what's in it. And, a lot of times, a lot of pictures or artifacts we see or have pictures of, they're a bit damaged. So you're going to note that down and everything. But the first thing you're going to do is you're going to have to determine the direction in which the glyphs are to be read. That's going to be the first step you do. And it's very easy. Now, most scholars or most people will describe this step or the directions as 4 directions. And in my experience in teaching, people get confused initially. And then I always have to break it down that it's really 2 directions and then 2 orientations, which adds up to 4. And so since I always say that, then I pretty much teach it this way now. So it's 2 directions and 2 orientations. By 2 orientations, I mean it's either in columns or rows. Simple enough. The glyphs are going to be in columns or they're going to be in rows, okay, which means they're vertical or horizontal. And then as far as direction, you're going to either read them from left to right or right to left, all right, within the row or the column. Very simple. And so that's what people would refer to as 4 directions. So that's the first step. Now, some images or some text that you get, you're going to see the glyphs are in multiple directions. All right. So just because you make a determination for a certain set of glyphs within the picture to be an orientation and direction doesn't mean that the whole entire picture is going to be the same. So make sure you are mindful of that. So that's step 1. Step 2 is called the data collection step. And step 2, what you do is you're going to identify and document every single glyph. Now that sounds like a lot, and it is if you're a beginner, because a lot of glyphs you're just going to be unfamiliar with, and you're going to have to look them up. Now for step 2, you normally will have to use a glyph list or sign list to look up these glyphs. So you're going to have to know every single glyph, what it is, and how it can possibly function. Okay. Now, of course, as you do this more often, you're going to get to know certain glyphs that you don't have to look up. And so the process of step number 2 is going to speed up exponentially as you put in the work, as you practice. Now, I'm going to say this. By the time you sit down and attempt to transliterate and translate, you should already have certain information under your belt. Okay. So obviously you're not going to just start and know nothing from nothing and then try to transliterate and translate. So it's going to be a set of information, basically a beginner's information that you're going to have under your belt before you even make these attempts. So along with that, you should have memorized what's called the monoliterals. Monoliterals are glyphs that represent single consonants. Okay. Those should be memorized. They're 24 in number, and there are some variations with a few of them, which are not that many. Those should be committed to memory at the first chance you get when you're learning this language or writing system. All right, so you're going to have that under your belt. So obviously you're not going to have to look those up because you should have memorized those. And then, as I said, the others, you'll start to gain familiarity with them, and you won't have to look them all up over time. So that's step 2, data collection. Now, also in step 2, when you're identifying the glyphs, you're going to know how it's transliterated. Okay. So step 2, along with that data collection, you're going to know how these different glyphs are transliterated. Now, step 3 is referred to as a pattern recognition step. And basically what you're doing is you're looking at the multitude of glyphs that you see, but you're going to recognize patterns of words. That's what words are. Words are patterns of glyphs that have borders that are governed by what's called a determinative. So knowing something about determinatives and being familiar with the popular and general determinatives will aid you in step 3. Okay, so step 3, you're identifying words. All right, and so you're going to group the glyphs, the individual glyphs, into the words that they belong to. And like I said, the determinatives are going to help you with that. And determinatives are glyphs that are mute, they're not transliterated, and they're not pronounced. And they usually 99% of the time, when a determinative is present, it will come at the end of a word. Now, say 99% because there are some words that have suffixes, suffix personal pronouns, etc., that come after the determinative. So it's not correct to say that the determinatives come at the end of every word, even with graphic transposition. So keep that in mind, and this is something that you'll learn at a beginner's level as well as a grammar, of course. All right, so step 3, so you take those words and you look them up into dictionaries to get the meaning, all right, the general meaning of each word. Then step 4, and the final step, is to apply grammar. All right. So step 4 for beginners is it's a little rough, because at a beginner's level, you're not learning a full analysis of the grammar of the language. But at a beginner's course, you learn some very basic grammar to get you by in transliterating and translating simple inscriptions. Okay, some basic inscriptions. All right. And so as you learn the grammar, then you'll be able to step up into full text. All right. So step 4, you apply the grammar and you come away with a sensible translation. Now, in step 4, if you're fully aware or fully knowledgeable about the grammar, you have to have knowledge of the grammar of the source language and the target language that you're translating into, because most of the time that grammar of those two languages will not match. And translation is a bit like an art. No two scholars, well, I say no two scholars, but two scholars will come up with different translations because of the flexibility and the choice of translations, because the Egyptian grammar or Rani-Kemet grammar is not an exact match to English grammar. All right. And then you have synonyms within the English language that one scholar may choose over the other. And so this is why you don't have identical translations everywhere. Now, when it comes to transliterations, that's when you are more scientific and more rigid. So if two people use the same transliteration system, they should come up with the exact same transliteration. All right, so that's more scientific. Okay, so with all of that out of the way, let's go ahead and jump in and get started. All right, so remember, I'm doing this a little different. So tonight we're going to talk about sentence types. Now, if you've done any research on the Egyptian language Rani-Kemet, you'll see a lot of people will say, or you'll find online, a lot of people will say that the Egyptian language is a VSO language, and V stands for verbs, S is the subject, and O is the object of the verb. So when they say VSO, they're saying verb, subject, object in terms of its sequential order or syntax, the arrangement of words in sentences. All right, that's what you'll find. A lot of people will say that. I've heard a lot of people say that. Now, when people say that, it's not that it's incorrect, but it's misapplied many, many times. All right, the Egyptian language, it fluctuates. What a lot of people may not know is that the Egyptian language has nonverbal sentences, which are sentences that have no verbs at all. Now, that's odd to us in English, speaking English, because in English, a sentence has to have a verb, a subject and a predicate, and the predicate contains the verb. All right. But in Rani-Kemet, there are sentence types that have no verb whatsoever. And when we translate it into English, we have to interject or apply the verb, which is a to be verb or a copula. All right. Is, am, are, was, or were into these nonverbal sentences for the sake of English. All right. So here are 4 different types of nonverbal sentences in Rani-Kemet. Substantival sentences, adjectival sentences, adverbial sentences, and existential sentences. All right. Now, each one of these sentences are serves a different purpose. And so what I have next to it is a substantival sentence deals with entities. And you'll notice that when we communicate, period, our world, the way our world is shaped, the way we view the world is in categories. And you're going to see that these categories match the way that we view the world. So we have entities. All right. So a substantival sentence deals with entities. An adjectival sentence or an adjective, well, let me back up. A substantive is the equivalent to what most people are familiar with called a noun. All right. A noun and a substantive is the same. Now, the choice between using the word substantive and noun is for English grammar and the study of English grammar, we use the word noun, okay, because it's not really a big deal and you're not going to run into any hiccups or problems too much. But there are other languages where this distinction between a substantive and a noun is more pronounced, and you have to be mindful of it. So Rodney Kemet is one of those languages, and the reason being is because the word noun is from the word nomen in Latin, and it means a name. Now, what happens is in Rodney Kemet, what we would call an adjective and what we would call a noun, what we would call an adjective is also a noun. And so if we call a substantive a noun and then an adjective a noun, it can get very confusing very fast. So instead, when it comes to Rodney Kemet, we use the word substantive and we use the word adjective. So both a substantive and an adjective are both nouns. And it will make sense, if once you learn more of the grammar, how adjectives function as nouns. When people say adjectives are functioning as nouns, it's, when you learn about the grammar, you'll say, well, of course they do, because they are nouns. And substantives function as nouns. Why? Because of course they do, because they are nouns. All right. So nomens. All right. So that's where that's from. So substantival sentences are sentences that have a substantive for the predicate. An adjectival sentence is a sentence that has an adjective as the predicate. Okay. And adjectival sentences deal with properties. Okay. Substantival, entities, adjectival, properties. Adverbial sentences deal with circumstances. And the predicate is composed of an adverb or adverbial phrase, aka prepositional phrase. All right. And existential sentences, self-evident, they deal with existence. All right. So those are the 4 types of sentences that are non-verbal. So I just want to kind of give you all the backdrop. And then I'm going to give you examples of 3 of these. Okay. And that's what we're going to use for Freestyle Friday. Very, very quick. So I want everybody to participate. So let's see. We're going to start off with this one. So I know everybody can see it on the screen. All you see is the glyphs. I have no transliteration, nothing. All right. So I want you all to help me out here. Okay. So we're going to go through these transliteration steps and methods first, and then we're going to identify the sentence type. So step 1, remember step 1, identify the direction in which the glyphs are to be read. So somebody in the chat, give me the answer or the solution to step 1. I'm looking for 2 answers. What is its orientation and what is the direction? Orientation and direction. All right. Now, I know there's a delay and I don't like this dead silence, so I'm going to keep on talking. So I'm going to run my mouth. I'm going to pull out my MC Iron Lung on you. And all right. So I see Niwasara says left to right. That is the direction. But what is the orientation? Okay. Niwasara is correct. Horizontal. All right. So now I like to say rows just to keep it simple. Okay. The orientation is in a row and it is read from left to right. So a follow-up question. Now, Niwa Sarai, you kind of beat everybody to the punch because now I see a lot of answers there. So this question is for everybody. What gives you the indication that you should read it from left to right? Why left to right and not right to left? Let me see how how you all been paying attention. Why should I read it from left to right? Why is that? Suppose I want to be stubborn. I want to read it from right to left. You know, who are you to tell me to read it from left to right? Why is that? Is that some rule? What's going on? Why is it left to right? Okay, so Niwa Sarah says bird facing. Facing left. Okay, so if it's facing left, why can't I read to the left? So, you know, if that's what you all are telling me, if the bird is facing to the left, why don't I read it to the left? Why don't I read it from right towards the left if the bird is facing to the left? Why is that? Because remember, you said left to right, but now you're telling me that the bird is facing to the left. So what's the explanation? All right. I'm going to make teachers out of you all. I'm telling you. Everybody's watching. You all are going to be a teacher very soon. Okay. Safa says the direction they face. You read into the Sesh. I'm just reading a couple of people's answers. Read into the bird. You have to read into the bird's face. Okay. They're talking to you. Okay. All right. So good. All right. You all got it. All right. Excellent. Iker. We say Iker. The word Iker is excellent. All right. So that's excellent. So here's an easy thing to remember. And I'm surprised you all are kind of close at saying it. But it's the same way that we talk to each other. It would be rude for us to talk to the back of somebody's heads. So the same way with these glyphs, you would not talk to the glyphs from behind. You would read into them, facing them, all right, as if you're having a conversation with these different objects. Okay, so that's pretty much it. Okay, so that's step one. So now step two. Remember, step two, data collection. Step two is identifying every single glyph. So we have, get my cursor on over here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 glyphs. And this is the order in which these glyphs are in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay, so the 6 glyphs. So I'm going to let this be a free for all, but I want any of you in the chat to identify any of these glyphs. So when you identify them, you're going to have to give me the transliteration of the glyph, of any particular glyph that you're identifying for me. And so earlier I mentioned transliteration systems, and there's 2 major transliteration systems. There is the manual decodage, and then there's a system that deals with diacritic markings. Okay, manual decodage is case sensitive, and that's the one that we use online, on digital media, you know, Facebook, etc., social media. Diacritic system is what we use in books when we publish articles and books. Okay, because you know, online you don't want to have to set your keyboard up with the special characters and things like that. Okay, so using manual decodage, I want you all to identify any of these glyphs for me. All right, so I see Jolanda, the quail chick is W. All right, excellent. Excellent. So I'm going to type that. All right, so as you all tell me, I'm going to type it. Street Scholar says, I see the mouth or the cup. Okay, now you're going to have to figure that out, because a mouth is completely different from a cup. So, all right, so let me go ahead and type these in. So the quail chick, somebody said W. All right, we got that. All right, so we got the W for the quail chick. All right, what else do we have going on? I see Jolanda says the bowl is Neb. Now you could be right. Now see, I'm going to be very strict. So either you're all right or you're not right at all. That's the rule for tonight. All right or not right at all. So even if you almost get it, you're wrong. All right. Almost right is good for what's that game? Horseshoes. All right, so I see the bowl is K. Nope, that is incorrect. The basket. All right. So that Lisa has the basket. All right. So let me put that here. And she has NB. That is correct. That's this basket here. And I'm just going to put them near it so you all will see or know what it is. Let's see what else. The shape is P. Niwa Sarah. Like I said, I'm being very strict. So you're warm. You're real warm. Very warm. But I can't accept that. I cannot accept that because you have a capital P there as well. Rakim 77, HRT. You're close. You're close for one of them, but I can't accept that. Let's see. Those game boards are M. Up. That's completely wrong. Kali says, why is that a W? I'm assuming you're asking about the quail chick. The quail chick, we transliterate the quail chick as a W. All right. Mika, the basket. Okay, we had it. I know there's a delay, so I already have the basket there. The falcon. All right. Chavis, you're close, but I am being very strict, so I cannot accept it. But you're very close. You're like, man, you're right there at the. You're looking at the hot spot, but you're not quite there. All right. Sister Lisa says the mat is a P. That is correct. All right, that is correct. So the mat is a P, and that is this glyph right here. So I'm putting it next to it so y'all can see. Okay, let's see. We're going down. I'm going down the list. Make sure I don't miss anybody. Okay, Mika has one correct. That is correct. Ta or T, capital A. That's for this one. And, you know, I'm going to give y'all benefit consideration that you'll see two of them. So that's there twice. So the only one missing is this first glyph. What is the first glyph? And I'm going down the list. And Omar Reed, you are very close. Chavis, you're very, very close. You're very, very close. You all are really close. You all are looking right at it, but you're not giving. I can't accept that. I can't accept what you gave the H and R in that format. Okay, Ali Dawood, you said it's a vulture. It's an A. That is incorrect. That is not a vulture. That's close. That's a good, you know, a good look. Okay, Niwa Sarah. Now you're talking. All right, there we are. So we got, all right, capital H, R. Okay, and a W. We're gonna put Heru as Heru. Okay. So again, like I said, I know there's a delay. So we have all of the glyphs. So that's step 2. Now, obviously, we're not using the book, but you will identify the glyphs. So this is a falcon. This is a stool reed mat, quail chick, a basket, and 2 strips of land. Okay, with 3 little sand pellets under it. These are 2 strips of land. All right. So that's all of step 2. Now, of course, with step 2, you can get the Gardner code if you had the if you knew the Gardner codes and things like that. All right. Now we're going to move to step 3. Step 3 is to group these glyphs, because what we did, we identified each glyph individually. So now we have to group them into words. All right. And remember what I said. What helps us with that are what's called determinatives. But determinatives are not always present. Okay, so that's a big help if they're present. But in our case, we're kind of out there on our own with this one. All right. So step 3, we're going to identify some words. So going from left to right, I want you all in the chat to give me some words. What is the first word that you see? Again, give me the first word that you see, the first word that you'll come across. What's the first word? I know there's a delay, so let me keep on talking here. So, anyway, I hope everybody's having fun on Valentine's. You know, I'm probably taking you all away from. Am I to assume that everybody here doesn't have a Valentine, or you know, you did all your Valentine things earlier today, with your significant other, or you may not even celebrate Valentine. You celebrate Valentine's every day. How about that? That's what I'm talking about. Every day is Valentine's Day. Happy spouse, happy house. Y'all remember that. Happy spouse, happy house. Happy house, happy spouse. Okay? Every day is Valentine's Day. But y'all should look into the origin of Valentine's Day and kind of deal with that one. All right, so let's see. Okay, Niwa Sarah says Heru Horus. See, I'm being very strict. I can't accept that. That's good. That's close. But I'm still looking for the first word. Remember, we're dealing with step 3. Step 3. Y'all need to remember what step 3 is. Step 3. Pattern recognition. Group the glyphs into words to be searched in dictionaries. All right. So what is the first word? Oh, that's cool. Couples are spending Valentine's Day putting in some work. All right. Okay, so what is the first word? Now, see, I'm going to give y'all all the chance. Y'all are helping me out for this one. And I have 2 more examples to do. But we're going to go a little faster for those 2. But so I'm gonna tell you the closest answer was Ni Wasara. He says Heru or Horus. But I can't accept that. I'm looking for the first word. Up, Christopher Withers is even closer. He said Heru. Herw. Now listen. Everything you need is already on the screen. So don't give me any more than what's on the screen. You all are doing a little too much. So Christopher Withers, you add a little too much in there. Okay, I see Lisa's trying to jump ahead. No, remember, you all told me, listen, I'm following you all's directions. You all told me that I'm supposed to read these glyphs from left to right. But y'all are giving me stuff that's all the way on the right-hand side. Can't do that. Okay, there we go. Now we got some answers. So we got Nisa. Okay, Jelanda, Niwasara, Chavis. Okay, we got the answer. All right, so let me drop this down here. So that's our first word. Heru. It's already on the screen. What is the next word? So we got the first word. That's good. What's the next word? So I put a space in between there. Now listen, I want you all to pay attention to what I'm doing and what I'm saying, okay, and how strict I'm being, okay? I'm doing all this stuff for a reason. So when y'all are giving me Heru spelled Heru, Notice that none of that is on the screen. Okay, none of that is on the screen. So I'm doing all of this for a reason, and everybody's gonna have to start learning this. Okay, so the next word. All right, we have some answers. Okay, got some answers. So Jolanda is correct. Poo. PW is the next word. Now I noticed that some of you all are typing capital P and W. Now, granted, if you all are typing on your phone, I know that the spell check, I know you may automatically capitalize that first one, but you would get that wrong. So keep that in mind. So if you're thumb typing on your phone, you got to be mindful to put it in lowercase. So it's a lowercase PW. All right. So that's the next word. What is the next word? Third word. That's the second word. What's the third word? What is the third word? Now, again, I know there's a delay, but you all did good on the poo. And the first person that gave me this word is Mika. That's correct. NB, Neb. All right. So I want to make sure everyone gets that. NB, Neb. That is the next word. All right. All right. So that's the third word. So give me the next word. Someone give me the next word. Who can give me the next word? All right. So Chavis is close. Okay, Lisa's been giving the answer the whole time. So she's been jumping to the end the whole time. And that's correct. It's Tawi. But I want any one of you all to tell me, why is it Tawi when I'm looking at ta and ta? So I want one of you all to explain that in your own words. Explain it the best way you can. Why is it ta? Why is ta and ta Tawi? Why didn't I put ta and ta down here? So I want you all to explain that. All right. Explain yourself. I'm like the math teacher. You got to show your work. All right. Niwa Sarah says because it's plural. Everybody agree with him? Does everybody agree with Niwa Sarah? I want to know if everybody agrees with him. Let's see. Does everybody agree? Okay, Lisa agrees. Omar agrees. Kali agrees. And June just busted all up for y'all. June came in and he's the Grim Reaper. June Money came in and Grim Reapered everyone. All right. That is incorrect. It's not plural. It's not plural. So if it's not plural, what is it? If it's not plural, what is it? All right. And there's dead silence. I'm trying to talk. Matter of fact, I'm going to give the link out because a lot of you all are typing. I know some of y'all, when I give the link out, a lot of people are scared to come in. So I'm gonna test that. I'm gonna test it. My hypothesis is that I'm gonna post this link and nobody's gonna come in here. So I'm gonna test out the hypothesis. And my hypothesis is based on observations from these sessions over and over again. So, but what I'm about to do is let me get the link, and I'm going to post it for you all. But if it's not, okay, Sonnet Lisa had it correct. It's not plural, it's dual. Okay, so that's the correct answer, is dual. You have 2, not 3. So remember, unlike English, in Rodney Kimmett, we have 3 numbers: single, plural, and dual. Single, plural, and dual. All right. So, but let me get this link out before I move forward. I'm going to post the link up. So give me 1 second here. And you all don't be afraid. You don't have to have your cameras on or anything, but you do have to have a microphone. So let me, I'm sorry, let me get it from over here. So I'm going to post the link, hoping that everybody come on in here. Don't be afraid. I will not bite. And we're just having fun. So if you get it wrong, be proud. Be proud and wrong, because you're safe. All right, so that's the link. It's open to anybody in the chat. All right, anybody. You all are welcome. We got 44,000 people watching, so I'm expecting 44,000 people to come in. All right, so while I post a link and y'all get in, so let me explain this. All right, so we just completed step 3. But for step 3, I want to show you all the other transliteration system. So this way that you are looking at it on the screen now is called manual decodage. All right, this is the transliteration system that we use on social media, and it's abbreviated MDC, manual decodage. The other transliteration system is referred to as diacritic. And diacritic are those small little dots and marks that you see above and below or anywhere around certain characters. And so I'm going to show you the same transliteration, but in the diacritic format. And that's right here. Okay, so when you get a chance, make sure you take a screenshot of this and make note of the difference. These are the exact same, saying the exact same thing, but these are two different transliteration systems. So notice that, and the reason why you see those red underline or whatnot is because obviously my computer's dictionary does not, recognize these words. So it's trying to correct these words here. But the manual decodage is case sensitive. Diacritic, they has marks. So this capital H is an H with a dot under it. The lowercase are all the same. This capital A is what we refer to as a diacritic 3 because it looks like the number 3, but it's not. So those are only 2 letters that are different between the 2 systems for this what we have here. Okay, so let me move everything up because now we're going to translate. All right, so we have a couple of people in. So we have Niwasara, we have Juju, we have Chavis, Brother Christopher Withers, and Sonnet Lisa on here. So I'm going to put you all on the spot. No, I'm not going to do that. So that's step 3. So remember, step 3 is pattern recognition, group the glyphs into words. And we didn't get a lot of help from any determinatives. So remember what I said. By the time you sit down and do this, you're going to have some information under your belt. So you're not expected to sit down for the first time, not knowing anything from anything, and then being able to do what we just went through, of course. All right. So don't be intimidated if you are not following along. right now, but I'm trying to make it as simple as I can so you can at least follow what we're doing. All right. So now we're going to move. Well, we're still at step 3. So step 3, we identified the words. Now we need to know their meanings. Each individual word, we need to know their meanings. So normally we would use a dictionary for this purpose, but we're not tonight. This is freestyle. So let's go through each word and identify the meaning. Now, again, the more familiar you are or you become with different texts and do this, put in the work, put in the man hours, you're going to know not only the glyphs, but you're going to start also knowing meanings of words that you see a lot. And I can see that the majority of people that are on the panel, I'm pretty sure you all can recognize every one of these words. So I'm gonna have to put you all on timeout. Let's give some people in the chat a chance. So anyone in the chat, I want you all to give me the meaning of any word that you see that's transliterated here. Give me the word and tell me its meaning. Okay, so the clock is ticking now. All right, so identify any of these words. 1, 2, 3 words. We have 4 words. We have 4 words in this sentence. And I want you all to give me the meaning of any one of them. And then once we do that, we will translate it, have a nice sensible translation, and we'll identify the sentence type. By sentence type, remember I gave you all 4, but we're only going to cover 3. All right, so I'm looking. I know there's a delay, but let's come away with some meaning. And if time, I'm about to go to the panel, but okay, Omar is correct. Neb is Lord. All right. That's good. So we identified 1. So let me put that here. So we have Lord. All right. What else? Ali Dawood. Okay. You have Lord. Okay. I think everybody likes that word Neb. Okay. Tawi. Kali says Tawi means come together, unity. And that is not correct. Okay, Omar is Tawi is 2 lands. Now, Omar, I noticed that you spelled it TAWI. Okay, now you fixed it. All right, good. Tawi. 2 lands, that's correct. Okay, so I'm going to create separate words here. So we have 2 lands. Don't want it to capitalize me. All right. So we have Tawi is 2 lands. What else do we have? Okay, Ali Dawood has Pooh. He has of. Does anybody have anything different for Pooh? Okay, Pooh. What do we have for Pooh? So we have of so far. Anybody have anything else? Anything else? Jagad says Pooh is sleep. Okay, so we have of and sleep. Anybody have anything different? Okay, we're gonna do the Jeopardy countdown. Okay, so let me open up to the panel. So on the panel, what does Pooh mean? You all,
it's
you.
really
Mm-hmm.
it's it's like a copula, right? It's I mean you can translate it as it's not is, but because of the sentence type, we're kind of interpreting that way, right?
Okay, see, that's why you should stay muted because
Oh,
you you adding a lot of grammar stuff in there. I just want to know what does poo mean if you were to look it up in a dictionary. Now, of course, we're freestyling, so I'm just trying to pick everybody's brain. If anybody know what poo is.
Of the.
Let's go with is right now. Oh, sorry.
Okay, so we have of, we have sleep, we have is, and we have the.
Of the. Both.
Oh, of the. Oh, she got of the. Okay. Anybody have anything different? Going once.
From?
Okay, June says from.
No, that was
No,
that was Musara.
Oh, New Sarah. Okay, from. All right. So we got from.
no, I
Anything?
was gonna give a different answer.
Okay, what's your answer?
This.
There we go. All right, so we we got it. It means this. All right, so it means this. Poo, just so you all know, poo is a demonstrative. A demonstrative is like pointing out something. So it's either this or that. You can get with this
That's
or
grammar.
or you can get with that. Yeah. I kind of took my lead from brother Chris, giving y'all some grammar a little bit, but it's this. Poo means this. Okay, and what's the first word? So we know the first word is the famous deity of ancient Kemet, Heru. So I'm gonna put this as a separate word. Heru is first. Okay, now earlier I was being very strict. Okay, so here's why. Remember what I said. When it comes to transliterations, transliterations are scientific. Two or more people using exact same transliteration system should come away with the exact same transliteration. Okay, so no matter what scholar you read, if they're using the same transliteration system, they should have identical transliterations. Okay, the only way they'll be different is if one uses a different system than the other. Okay, now that is, in theory, it should be that way, but you have some few exceptions out there. Now, when it comes to translations, Heru, in terms of spelling out Rani Kemet words, different people spell it differently, and this is why we stick to the transliterations. So some people will spell Heru like how you see it on the screen, Heru. Some people will even spell Heru with Herew, Heru, and then some people will spell it like this, Hru. I've seen it done all the ways I just said. Okay, and so, in the future, hopefully we can come up with a standard convention, which we should already have. But I think some people, tend to veer from the standard out of the notion of being different from early Egyptological scholars, kind of, not relying on what they've done, so want to do something different type of thing. But anyway, so here are the meanings of the words independently. Heru, this, Lord, two lands. Okay, so now we are at step 4. Step 4 is to apply grammar to come away with a sensible translation. Make it make sense in English. Okay, so we don't talk like this. Heru, this, Lord, two lands. We don't talk like this. So I want someone in the chat to make it make sense. Now, even though you may not know the grammar at this point, you have enough words to come away with a sensible translation. And so I want to see what you all come up with. So everyone in the chat, take a stab at it. Translate this in a sensible way to make it make sense in English. How would you do it? And so no one on the panel just yet. I want to give people a chance in the chat. But since you all on the panel though, how are you all's Valentine's Day going? Y'all celebrate Valentine's Day?
Wait till my wife get home.
Oh, okay, all right. Remember, happy spouse, happy house.
Nah, I've actually looked into, like you said, to see like what the origins of it and what it's really was about. So I think it's better if we just call it Love Day or something.
Yeah,
But I'm
right.
doing all right. I just got home.
All right,
The
love that.
origins are Aggie. It's so depressing. I learned that years ago. I don't really celebrate it. So, like,
Yeah.
love people every day. Love yourself every day. Love your spouse, mother, wife, husband, child, whatever, every day. Like, you should be giving people flowers, every day for their good deeds, things like that. Not just on one day. That's how I feel about it. Corny.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah,
Like,
when I woke up, I watched that video we did 2 years ago on Egyptian love songs. So if anybody gets a chance, check it out. It was a nice show we did. Once again, it was 2 years ago on Egyptian love songs.
oh yeah, post that link in the chat if you can.
Okay.
All right, so listen, we're just filling in time, you all on the chat. I'm remember I was asking you all to come away with a sensible translation, because we don't talk like this in English. We don't say Heru, this Lord, two lands. Okay, but I want to emphasize that these words are the meanings of each of those 4 words. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 words, and we have the translations for them, but we don't talk like this. So this is a perfect example of what I was saying, that step 4, you have to apply the grammar, which means that you have to be competent in the grammar of your source language and the grammar of your target language so that you can translate them properly. And so as a beginner, this is where a lot of beginners will, come to some speed bumps and stumbling blocks, which is understood. It's perfectly acceptable, because as a beginner, you haven't done a full analysis of the grammar at that point. So this is why beginners, I always encourage beginners to practice with basic inscriptions, some very simple inscriptions, so that you can get your practice in, and then actually take a course or learn the grammar, And so that's something that we also teach. And I'll be having starting public classes, full-fledged public classes after the textbook is published. So I'm looking to start that after April. So make sure you be on the lookout. Come this May of this year, we're going to go full steam ahead with grammar classes. All right. We do a full analysis of the grammar. And then you'll be able to translate pretty much anything that's in what they refer to as Middle Egyptian. All right. So I am trying to see. Okay, so we have Ankh Kemsama. We have Heru. This is the Lord of the two lands. We have Omar Reed says, this is Heru, Lord of the two lands. Okay, those are pretty good. Oh, Jagad Davis said, Heru is the Lord of the two lands. Okay, I didn't see that. So Jagad has it correctly. Now, when I say correctly, let me qualify that. When it comes to translations, like I said earlier, there is a little bit of flexibility with that. Two scholars may come away with slightly different translations, but they should be in the same ballpark. It shouldn't change the overall meaning and what's meant to be conveyed, but you may not have identical words in your translation. Okay, so out of what I've seen just now, Jagad has the best one. Okay, so let me type that in here. So Heru is the Lord of the two lands. Okay, does anybody have anything different? Okay, so now this can also be said this way. The Lord of the two lands is Heru. All right. Now, like I said, when I opened up for tonight, I was telling you all that I was gonna give y'all some basics in the grammar, or a little bit information with the grammar. So this particular sentence, out of the sentence types I gave, what sentence type would you all say that this is? So remember the sentence: the Lord of the two lands is Heru, or Heru is the Lord of the two lands. Out of these four sentence types, what type would you say that sentence is? And I'm going to open that up to for those who are on the panel.
I would say adjectival.
Okay, we have adjectival.
Substantive.
Jolanda and Chris says substantival. And that's correct.
Yeah.
All right, so let's add that on here. Okay, so that's what this is. It's a substantival sentence. Okay. Now, what that means is that it is a nonverbal sentence with a substantival predicate. Okay. And so the predicate is Heru. So this is why this one here, let me bold this so you can see, fits in with the grammar. The Lord of the two lands is Heru. The predicate, remember we go back to our basic grammar in English, in grade school, a sentence has to have a subject and a predicate. Some scholars call it a topic and a comment. Okay, so we have subject and predicate, or topic and comment. The predicate would include the verb and then everything that follows the verb. So in this case, it would be is Heru. Now remember what I said. Nonverbal sentences, they don't have verbs in Rodney Kemet. So there is no word is in the sentence originally. We have to insert it. We have to imply it, because in English we have to have verbs in our sentences. So we have to insert that word is. And so someone asked about the word this. The word pu, it is a demonstrative. It means this or that. And so we could say this Lord of the two lands is Heru, or the Lord of the two lands is this Heru. But the implication here is that it's talking about the Lord of the two lands being Heru. Okay, so this can change to the. All right, so just keep that in mind. All right, so that is a substantival sentence. So let me make sure everyone can see that nice and big. All right, so good job. So that was a good job with everybody, and excellent. So hopefully everybody got that. So we went through all four steps, and we learned a little bit of grammar at the same time. Remember what I said? We're planting 2 trees with 1 seed. All right, so now we got our 2 trees growing, and we only planted 1 seed. Okay, so substantival sentence, that's what that is. So now I'm going to be a little faster now, because we already over an hour in to this. So I'm going to need you all on the panel step it up. And so we're going to go over the next example. So we're going to do this quicker. So I'm only going to transliterate it in one way. I'm going to choose a transliteration system. I'm going to choose the diacritic transliteration system. And I'm only copying over here so I can have it set and ready for somebody to give me the transliteration. So now this is open for everybody on the panel or in the chat. Let's see how fast we could do this one. So first of all, now I'm not gonna go through all the steps. Now I use the first example to go through all the steps. Identifying the direction and orientation, data collection, identifying each glyph individually, grouping them together to form the words, come up with the definitions, and then we did a translation. Okay, so that was the first one. So we knocked it all the way out. On this one, I'm not gonna spend time and go through every glyph, although we could. Yeah, we might as well. But let's do it quickly. So, step 1, direction. Which direction should we read these glyphs?
Left to right.
Okay, left to right, but what orientation are they in?
In a row.
Okay, they're in a row. Left to right and in a row. Bam. Step 1, done. All right. Step 2, identify the glyphs. So let's identify them real quick. Now, the monoliterals are very easy. We're going to skip those. Oh, no, we're going to leave that to Juju. Juju, identify all the monoliterals for us real quick. You like that? You like how I put her on the spot? Okay, I don't know if you're able to speak on the mic.
Yo, I was trying to type it in the chat. I was a little ahead. So real quick, like that quail chick is a W.
Okay.
Believe that's a vulture.
Okay.
Capital A.
Okay.
Red loaf. T.
All right.
Got the mouth. It's R.
Okay.
Go ahead and give you the owl. It's M. Another bread loaf. T.
Okay, so
let me just go ahead and give you a biliteral.
Okay,
go ahead and give you that KM.
Okay, so one second. Those are all the monoliterals. So I want everybody to know that you've identified all the monoliterals. All right, so now let's identify some more. What else can you give us?
Okay, so I'll give you the one that I can clearly recognize is the alligator scale KM.
Okay, KM. All right. Anything else?
That's all for me.
Okay. Anybody else? Any other ones?
The lasso thing is the Y, W, and the 3 looking thing.
Oh, here, this one.
Yeah.
Did she? What about the Ankh? The Ankh that look like it's dead. It's an S, right? Oh, it's 2. It's a
wait. Did you just say an Ankh that looks? Wait. I just want everybody. Wait. That's a good one. Everybody needs to know what he just did. Listen, the word Ankh means life, and this brother just said that this Ankh looks like it's dead, and dead is the opposite of life. So he said it looks like a dead Ankh.
Oh wow.
No, but that's funny because I see why you said what you said, but you know that would see if you say that too loud, people will believe you, and then you're gonna start a whole new pseudo cult of dead.
It's a W, I believe, though, and I think it's a tie rope.
W
I can't
with
remember.
the capital A.
It's a lasso.
Right. It's a lasso.
Okay.
All right, so let's call it what it is. It's a lasso. And that's correct. It's a biliteral. It's a W, capital A. So Juju, because this is a biliteral, which itself is a W, capital A, what does that make this glyph here, this vulture?
That makes it a phonetic complement.
Okay, excellent. See, that's what I'm talking about. See, Juju is on point tonight. So this vulture is a phonetic complement. Excellent. All right. Now remember this. I want everybody to understand this. When it comes to biliterals, well, really we refer to them as multiliterals, and those are glyphs that are other than monoliterals. Okay. But specifically, when we deal with biliterals and triliterals, when you see those glyphs, most likely those glyphs are going to be accompanied by a monoliteral, and it's going to function as a phonetic complement. Okay? So if you scan all these glyphs and you identify all the monoliterals, and then that means all the other ones are going to be multiliteral, either bi or tri or quad, etc. So this first glyph is not a monoliteral. It's a biliteral. And so remember what I said. Most of the time, biliterals and triliterals are accompanied by a monoliteral that is a phonetic complement to one of the consonants within it. So this glyph, this quail chick, is going to help you determine the transliteration of this one. It'll jar your memory. It'll help you out. So who can tell me the transliteration of this first glyph? Yeah. Okay, spell it. I would expect everybody to jump on that one. I just gave away the whole secrets.
Capital A W.
Okay, so capital A W. So now that we know this is a biliteral, which is transliterated as capital A W, what does it make this quail chick? Juju.
A phonetic complement.
Okay, exactly. Phonetic complement. All right. So let's do another one. Let's go down here. Juju gave us this one. She said that's a biliteral KM. Since that's a biliteral KM, and I said that when we come across biliterals and triliterals, most of the time they're going to be accompanied by a phonetic complement. What does that do for this owl?
That's an M.
But what is it? You're correct.
Phonetic complement.
Exactly. It's a phonetic complement. It's the M within the biliteral. All right, so having said all of that, let's transliterate it. So we're going to translate the whole thing. So we have ow, what, kemet. Okay, so we have ow, what, kemet. 1, 2, 3, 4 words. We have 4 words in there. Now I know I'm going a little faster than I did on the first example. All right, and this is just for time's sake. We spent time on the first one because I want everybody to go through the translation method. So that was the seed with one tree. Now the same seed, we're going through another tree. So I'm giving you all some basic information about grammar, okay, and a little bit more insight about how the writing system works. Okay, so hopefully you all follow along, and you can obviously watch this video again. All right.
Wait, I have a question.
Okay, sure.
What is that glyph after the first bread loaf?
This one here.
Yes.
That is a pathway.
Okay, do I?
Yeah, I was about to say canal, but yeah, after a canal. It's under N. Isn't it under N?
N, yes.
What y'all said the first one was?
Well, we're talking
Alligator
about
scale, I think.
No, you're talking about this first one?
Isn't the first one ribs or something?
Yes.
Animal parts, I think, right?
Which would be what Gardner code?
F.
Yes, F. So if you know it's
Yeah.
F, now we're not using books just yet or anything like that, but it would be F. We still in the freestyle mode, but it would be animal parts of animals.
That
So-
first one? And you said it was alligator skin?
No, not the first one. I don't know who.
Ribs.
Spinal
Ribs.
cord, yeah.
I thought she said bridge. Okay. No wonder.
Oh,
Okay.
bridge. Okay, no.
Yeah. Okay. Ribs, got it. Thank you.
So you could think of that. Now ribs is not correct, and I can tell I'm dealing with people who used to eat those pork ribs.
I'm Geechee. What you expect? I'm from
That
Florida.
would be me.
No, that's a spine and back. So just think of a back and spinal column. I know
Close.
looks a little
Close. Rib, spine.
looks a little weird. Yeah, you're close. I got you. Okay, I see. The ribs are attached to the spine. Okay, you're right. Okay, all right. But technically though, that would be the spine. Okay, so that's what that is. So we transliterate this as au wat kemet. So we've identified step 1. We've done step 2 with those, and now we separated these into the words. And we, like I said, I'm moving a little faster this time. We separated these into the words that they belong. A quick question. This is for anybody in the chat. First, how many determinatives do you see on the screen? Okay. We're putting everybody to the test tonight.
Did you say we can't answer?
Not yet. I want to see if anybody in chat. This is for the chat first. How many determinatives do you see on the screen? Now, I know there's a low delay, so we're going to wait a little while. But the question is, how many determinatives do you see on the screen? Let's see what you got. Let's see what you got. This is for everybody in the chat. All right. Marquise Kid says 2 with a question mark. Now, no, if you come to know me, and if you take my class, when people ask with a question mark, because I can hear you actually say that 2, like with a doubt. When you doubt yourself like that, even if you're right, I'll say you're wrong. Because I try to make a point that we strive for what do you call it, confidence, and what allows you to be confident is knowing. And so even though you're right, it is 2. So everybody that said 2 is correct. So Marquise is correct, but he's like that gamble, take a risk, like 2. I think 2, maybe 2, perhaps 2. No, just be wrong. Just be confident. Say 2 and be wrong. Be proud and wrong, because you're safe. In this environment, you're safe because you'll be corrected. All right, but Pooch is correct. Overstand Daily is correct. Rakim is correct. Ankim Samad is correct. And that's it. So you're right. It's 2. Now on the panel, which 2? So now we know it's 2. Which 2?
The canal and the X-Men built.
Okay.
2.
The pathway, you said. It says a pathway.
Yep. Okay, excellent. All right, there you go. So it's the road or pathway, or path or road determinative, and then the city or village or community determinative. All right, so those are the 2. Okay, so now we're gonna go to we're still in step 3. Now let's get the meaning of these words. Let's get the meaning of these words. What are the meanings? This is for anybody on the panel, chat or panel.
Well, you were just
Our
saying
means long.
All right.
Well, can mean long.
Okay.
Kemet.
So I'm gonna type these out. So we got long. What else?
And you got the word black people at the very right, brother.
that would be very wrong, brother.
you just said that determinative was maybe road. So in that semantic range, we can look at that as a way or a path.
Okay, so what? Now remember what determinatives do. Determinatives are called determinatives because they help determine the meaning of a word. All right, it gives the scope, the meaning scope, the semantic scope for the word. So what means road or path. Okay, so that's the next word. Now I have air as a word by itself. Anybody on the panel, what does that mean?
Towards.
Okay. Towards. Oops.
Last one is kemet then, the last word.
Okay. Now, and you're correct. Now, is that kemet? Is that a place? Or is that people?
Place.
Okay.
Them.
Black place.
All right. Excellent. Excellent. So that is a place. Toponym. All right. So now we have all of the words individually translated in terms of their meaning. But now let's come away with a sensible translation altogether. Let's get an English sensible translation. Who wants to take a stab at that?
I would say it's a long road towards kemet.
Okay. Does everybody agree?
Yeah, the long road towards Kemet.
Two.
Long is the road towards Kemet.
Okay. Long. Okay. Anything else?
The road is long to Kemet.
Long road to Kemet.
Right. You said it better than me, Chris.
Okay. Okay, so what do you all agree on? Let's get a consensus within the panel. As far as the chat, I see the road is long towards Kemet. Okay, so what?
I'll just say the reason why I said that I had said long is the road towards Kemet instead of saying the other way is usually when like the adjective in this case is in front of seems to be in front of the noun.
Okay, so what's your answer?
Usually, I think Chris reworded it better the way we speak, but the road is long towards Kemet.
Okay. So is everybody settled on that?
I will go with the long road towards Kemet.
Okay. So all of y'all are wrong.
Okay.
Boo.
All of y'all are wrong.
Yeah, but it's an adjective with predicate. I will watch.
Well, hold up. I didn't hear you. I heard what did you say before?
I said what they said.
Okay.
I said the road is long to Kemet.
Okay. All of y'all are wrong. And the person that got it right is in the chat. Unk Kim Sama. The road to Kemet is long. That's the proper way. Okay, what happened to my cursor? Okay. The road to Kemet is long. That's correct. Now, I know that in English, everything that everybody said, you still come away with the basic same meaning, but when dealing with the grammar, you have to stay as true as possible to the grammar while making sense in English. And this is an important difference here, okay? Because this sentence type, so let's identify the sentence type. So out of the 4 sentence types, what sentence type would that be? Either substantival, adjectival, adverbial, or existential. Well, we already had a substantival one. So now you got 3 choices to choose from. Which one would that be? And that goes for anybody on the panel.
Adjectival.
Yes. So this is important. In an adjectival sentence, okay, Emiket, could you translate it the way you said it again?
I said the road towards the long road towards Kemet.
Okay, now I want y'all to notice how she said it. The long road towards Kemet. That right there is not even a sentence. That's a phrase. The long road towards Kemet. She left us hanging. That's not a complete thought. That's not a subject and a predicate. That's just a phrase. The long road towards Kemet. Because if somebody were to say that to you, you'd be like, what? The long road towards Kemet. Long road towards Kemet is what? So that's not correct. So that's why I want to point that out. Now, these are adjectival. This is an adjectival sentence. So the adjective is the predicate. So remember, an adjectival sentence is a nonverbal sentence with an adjective or an adjectival predicate. So the predicate in English comes after the verb. Predicates don't come first. They come after the verb in the predicate. The verb is part of the predicate. So is long is the predicate. As a matter of fact, let me do you better and underline it. So is long is the predicate. And so au is the word long. That is the adjective and it's the predicate. The word is not in the sentence. Remember, this is a nonverbal. So we have to insert it for English sake. So long is the predicate and the adjective. So the road towards or to Kemet is long. Okay.
Okay, quick question. So
Yes.
in this sense, it is that way because if I had said the long road towards Kemet, that would be if it was awut what, as in how you would have is it how you would have like Mejat Desheret or Desher Mejat?
Okay, say the first part one more time again.
Which part?
Okay, let me do what you just said because I want everybody to get this who's in the chat and on the panel because this is an important difference. So let me take off Air Kemet on for a second. So here we have awat.
Okay.
Okay. So this here is a sentence. What I'm saying is the road is long.
Correct.
That is a sentence. Now if I wanted to say it in a phrase and not a sentence is what you are saying, is we would have to switch this around.
Awut word.
Nope.
Oh, sorry. What out?
Exactly. Now we're saying long road. That's the difference. This is the first one is a sentence. The one on the right is a phrase. And in Ronnie Kim, all we did was we switched the order of the word. Out now has to agree. Now I know this is a little bit more grammar issues. So for those who are watching in the chat, if you want to revisit we have a video on attributive adjectives or adjectives. And so you could definitely watch that and you'll have a more deeper understanding or a more expanded explanation. But just real quick, the one on the right, the adjective is it comes first. It's a predicate. So it in English, it is in the predicate. So we say the road is long. That's a sentence. Over here, it's just two words, same two words, but now the word order made it a phrase. So now we're describing the road as long. And in this way, the adjective and the substantive that it is modifying has to agree in gender and number. So because what is a feminine, is grammatically feminine, out or au as an adjective now has to be grammatically feminine as well. It's called concordance or agreement. So now we have two feminine words, wat out, long road, and that's just a phrase. Okay, so that's the difference. And so let me tuck this under.
Okay, so the first time The first time I had said long is the road towards Kemet. I guess that ain't right because we just don't talk like that.
No, because you put long
Mm-hmm.
in the before the predicate is. You put before is.
Okay, I got you. I remember that. That's good. Thanks.
All right. So, and so here is an adjectival sentence. So, adjectival sentence.
So the sentence, the path is long to Kemet is not a sentence.
Say it again.
Saying it, the road is long to Kemet. That's not a sentence in English.
Yeah. Is that what you said?
Yeah, but that's different than what that's at the bottom though. I said the road is long to Kemet. That's what me and the brother was saying. But we didn't say the road to Kemet is long. We said the road is long to Kemet.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Now, like I said, outside of what Emiket said as just a phrase, the way you said it just now, and then the way it is on the screen, in English, we would understand that the same way, so it would be no problem. But when it comes to the grammar, even what you just said would indicate that you may not be sure of how the grammar works, because you're putting the prepositional phrase to or towards Kemet even before. So you're saying is long towards Kemet. So what is the
road is long toward Kemet? The road is long.
Okay, the road is long towards Kemet or to Kemet.
Right.
Like I said, in English, that would be acceptable. And if you translate it that way, that would be acceptable. But the way you see it on the screen would be a way that I would know that you know this grammar.
I'm saying, but that doesn't disrupt the predicate though, right? Oh, because I switched is long to Kemet in position, though, right? I mean, the predicate is still is long, right?
Yeah. The predicate is long. So, and if you put
quick question, so what he's saying is the preposition to Kemet, it has to be at the end. It can't move. What determines it to Kemet has to be at the end.
No, that's what I'm saying. In English, that would be acceptable because you're saying the same thing. The road to Kemet is long. The road is long to Kemet. So both of those will be acceptable in English. But when you're dealing with an adverbial predicate, an adjectival predicate, your adjective and whatever comes after it as its prepositional phrase and everything will still come before the predicate to emphasize the fact that this is an adjectival predicate. This is a nonverbal sentence with an adjectival predicate.
See, right. So Kemet, and so you wouldn't say Au er Kemet Wat. Right. Yeah, that's you wouldn't say that.
No, you wouldn't.
You would too.
Okay, so this will be the way that everyone would tell you to translate it in terms of the way this is written out. The road to Kemet is long.
So all adjectival sentences have to end with the adjective.
In this format, yes, to you. And now I'm only showing these simple examples, but we can get into longer examples where you'll have modifiers and all this other kind of stuff in there, where what you just said wouldn't be true. But I'm not trying to complicate things for tonight. I'm trying to keep it simple. All right, so the road towards Kemet, or the road to Kemet, is long. All right. Now, because I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to get too technical, but to Kemet is describing which road as well. So we could say the road is long, but which road? Tell me which road. What are the attributes of the road? the one towards Kemet is long. So together, you put those together instead of splitting them and putting it in a predicate. So which road? It's the road to Kemet that is long. And so, I'm just telling you. Now, in English, everything I just said doesn't sound like there's a big difference. Like, you're like, oh, okay, what's the same thing? The road to Kemet is long, or the road is long to Kemet. All right. So we should be straight on that. That's an adjectival, if I spell this correctly. Adjectival sentence.
The road to black people is long.
Right. That's a very pseudo way of translating it. That's correct. That'll be correct in the pseudo world. But it's the road to Kemet is long. All right. So now we're going to move on to another one. And let me grab these so I have something to work with. All right. So now we have this one. So let's quickly go through the steps. And don't mind this over here. Actually, I'll pull it out of the screen for now. Okay. So let's well, first of all, let's do step one real fast. What orientation and direction should these glyphs be read?
Is the panel supposed to be quiet again?
No, because we're gonna fly through this.
Left to right.
Okay, left to right is the direction. What's the orientation?
In a row.
Okay, correctly. In a row, left to right. All right, done. Step one, done. Step two, let's identify these glyphs. So, Juju, you are the resident monoliteralist. Literalist. That's what we're going to call you. Create a new word, monoliteralist.
So, you got the reed leaf. It's an I.
Okay, yep.
Cold chick is a W. Got another reed leaf, which is an I. That's not a monoliteral, but I believe that's the sonnet board. Oh, skip. Anyway, under it is the water ripple is an N.
Okay.
You next to it, you have the owl, which is an M. Then you go 1, 2, 3 more glyphs, and you have the twisted flats, which is in capital H, right?
Yep.
And then you have another cold chick.
Okay. All right. So the monoliteralist has spoken, and she is absolutely correct. All right. So now let's identify the rest of them.
I said reed leaf. I'm not that lit. Sorry. Yes, I am.
All right. So let's identify the rest.
We have the men board.
Okay. Biliteral. Remember,
Biliteral men.
okay. Remember what I'm telling us for the chat as well. Usually, not 100% of the time, but you can pretty much bet that when you come across a multiliteral glyph, it's going to be accompanied by a monoliteral, which is going to function as a phonetic complement. All right, remember that. So if we're dealing with the men, biliteral here, what is this water ripple functioning as?
The N.
Yeah, that's what it's translated right as, but what is it functioning as?
It's a phonetic complement.
Yes, it is a phonetic complement, which means that we do not transliterate it and we do not pronounce it. So now I'm gonna tell you all a secret. So I'm gonna give y'all a secret to the universe. Y'all, hush hush. Phonetic complements are determinatives for multiliteral glyphs. Bam! Did y'all just hear that?
Oh, say it again.
Pacifiers.
Phonetic complements are determinatives for multiliteral glyphs. Now, that has to marinate for a minute, but y'all are going to thank me later. Now, I say that all the time, but for those who may have heard me say that for the first time, phonetic complements are determinatives for multiliteral glyphs.
Okay, I see, because they give you clues about the multiliteral glyphs, and then they're also silent.
Exactly. They're also not transliterated, and they're mute, and they help determine some of the consonants in the multiliteral glyphs. The only difference between that and the determinative is that the determinatives help you with the meaning of the whole word, and the phonetic complement helps you with the consonants of the multiliteral glyphs. But in both cases, they're mute and they're not transliterated. All right. So remember that. Okay. So anyway, let's get the rest of this. We're missing a couple more. So what about this glyph here? I'm pointing at.
Strip of land.
Okay. How's it transliterated?
Ta.
Okay. That's correct. The one under it.
Is that a whip?
Okay.
Is that an A?
No.
No. Oh, okay.
How is it transliterated, Chris?
Meh. M capital H.
Okay. So this is a biliteral, right? So 99% of the time when you come across a multiliteral glyph, it's gonna be accompanied by or complemented by another glyph. We call it a phonetic complement. So what does that make this twisted flax, Niwasara?
Phonetic complement. It's the H.
Exactly. And remember the secret I just gave y'all, that phonetic complements are determinatives to the multiliteral glyph. So this H is telling you that there's an H within this multiliteral glyph. And Chris said that it's M capital H, and there's your capital H. All right. But we don't transliterate it, and we don't pronounce it, because it's already contained within this one. Okay. So let me ask you all, how many determinatives, and I'm talking about phonetic complements now, how many determinatives do you see on the screen? First, I'm asking the chat. So that's a question to the chat. How many determinatives do you see on the screen? And let's give people a chance to answer. I see Omar Reed. Omar Reed is getting it together. But what is the answer? How many determinatives are on the screen? I'm going to put the link in one more time because this is our last example. And then, if y'all want to have any questions or discussion, feel free to come on in on the panel. All right. So I'm not sure how long this delay is, but I'm going to give it a chance. Okay. Omari said is none. I'm gonna wait for one other person to answer. If you agree with Omar, put 0. If you don't, then put your answer. Okay, Kim Sama says 1. Omar Reed now says 1. Okay, so he's been convinced. He didn't changed. Pooch says none. Rakim says 1. All right. The correct answer is 1. All right, so there's only one determinative. That's the very last glyph you see here. All right, so now let's go ahead and transliterate this fully in step 3. Okay, so let's identify these words. So what's the first word? Ignore what y'all, let me erase that. Okay, so what is the first word?
IWI, or is it?
Yeah.
You said IWI?
Yeah. IW.
Okay, does anybody disagree with Niwa Sarah?
Yeah, I'll go with the second person, IW.
All right, IW. That's correct. IW. So what is the next word?
Men.
Now remember, you were corrected It's not IWI. It was just IW.
So it'd be Ewan, or IW. No. IMN.
Okay.
Mn.
Okay, there you go. All right. If that's the second word, what's the third word?
That IMN, y'all will never forget after this.
Yeah, you should never forget.
M.
Okay, M. If M is the third word, what is the next word?
Sa.
Okay, and what is the next word?
W. No, yeah, because the H is a phonetic complement, so it's just W, right? Or W.
Well, if the H is a phonetic complement, where is the H down here? Nobody told me to put an H yet.
Okay, I guess it's not. Yeah.
Say it again.
HW.
HW?
Yeah, I think it's HW. Yeah.
Okay, wait.
Mehu.
Wait. Ta goes with this glyph here. So what about this, the biliteral? Y'all totally missed that. Okay, Omar Reed has it, but I can't accept that, Omar. I cannot accept that.
Is what Omar Reed wrote with the uppercase H.
Unc Kim Sama, you are close too, but I can't accept that. Remember, I'm being very strict tonight. This is, and if you ask anybody, I'm strict like this all the time, not just tonight. Because this is you have to be. It's you either all right or not right at all. Okay, Jolanda, you on the panel. Okay, but that's correct though. So we have MH, because remember, this is a biliteral. MH, that twisted flax is the complement, so we don't put it again. So now we just put the W.
Tamahu.
Okay, mehu, exactly. So that is the transliteration and the pattern recognition, or the breaking up into words. We call that operation parsing, when you parse the glyphs or you parse words. Okay, so we parse it on the words 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 words. Okay, we have 5 words. All right, so now let's go for a translation. Put this up here and erase all of that good stuff. So let's go with a oh no, not the translation yet. I'm sorry. We're still in step 3. Let's get a meaning for each individual word before we, kind of smooth it out with the grammar. Let's get a individual meaning for each one. So what's this first word? You. I'm gonna defer that to Chris. What's the meaning of that word?
It's not translated. It's conflicted particle.
Okay, excellent. And Chavis, I think your mic is on. I can hear in background. Chavis. Okay. All right, no problem. Okay, so this you is say it again, Chris.
It is not translated. It's a proclicted particle.
Okay, but what is it? What is the nuance? What is it? What does it kind of lean you towards?
Like a is.
Yeah. So usually we say it's like a statement of fact. Somebody making a statement of fact. Okay, that's the nuance that goes with that. All right. So we have that. Imin. What is this? What is that? Everybody should know that.
A deity?
Yes. So I'm in. All right. Next word, which is M. What is that
That's
word?
Like to come through, right? Coming in or through. Sometimes it's translated.
Okay, through. So we got through. Anybody else?
In.
Okay, we have in. Okay, anybody else has something else? Oh, you said of?
Yeah.
Okay, we got through, in, of. What else?
I thought it meant like don't.
Oh, we have don't. Okay. Okay, so don't is definitely not. That's not correct. Don't. I think you're thinking about in, like nin, a
Yes.
negation. Now this is m.
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, and I want y'all to notice that all of y'all said a preposition, but you all said a different one. And so m is a preposition, and depending on the context, it can vary because it's not a one-for-one translation from source language to target language when it comes to prepositions. And this is true for a lot of languages around the world. Okay, but it is a preposition. So in this case, it would be in. All right, as Emicat said. So we have amen, then we have in. Next word. Ta. What does ta mean? Y'all should know that we had it before.
Land.
Ta. Say it again.
Land.
Okay,
Strip of
yeah.
land.
Okay, yes. Land. All right. So we have land. And what does mehu mean?
To fill, flow into, to fill. I guess it could be a plant too.
And could also be lower Egypt, lower Kemet.
Okay.
Right, the north. Yeah, it could be the north.
I mean more.
If you try to use a determinative to figure it out, like the flowers, I'm trying to see how it relates to the sentence.
Mm-hmm. All right. So work it out. Talk it out.
I'm in the land lower.
Yeah, those flowers are found in the north along the Nile Delta. So that, I mean, that makes sense what the brother's saying, but yeah, that's that location.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's also a determinative for Lower Egypt. That the last plant.
Okay. So everybody agree with that?
Two.
I mean, they know more than me, but I was thinking something different, just based off what Amen represents, but I could be going too far in terms of like giving Amen representing sort of sustenance and sort of giving life or giving that sustenance to the plants. But again, it has land there. So again, I'm probably reaching.
Too deep.
Yeah. All right. So, we're going to work this out quickly. So mehu by itself, now we have the determinative here because I'm going to ask you all how many determinatives. The correct answer is 1, and that's the 1. And so this is a toponymic determinative, a place. And so mehu, although it's a word, individual word, it means north. And so ta is land, so it's northland. But most people don't translate it as northland because we know what the northland was, so we say lower Kemet or the delta. All right. So it would be land of the north or northland. So for now, I'm going to put north here because I'm breaking up the words to what they are. Now let's have a sensible translation though. Let's put it all together to make it make sense in English. So first, before the panel, I want somebody in the chat. Let's smooth it out with some grammar and make this make sense. So we have Amen in land north. What would you do with that? So I know it's a delay. So that's the question. Give me what you would do to that. Mm-hmm.
So I was gonna say, so while we wait, just to confirm, this is not Tamihu for Tamihu. We here for white people, right?
Exactly. This is not Ta Mehu or Tamahu, meaning white people or Europeans.
I thought Mehu was where the Moors came from.
Oh wow, that's definitely not true either.
Are you serious? I haven't heard that one.
No, I heard Ta Mary is the land of the Moors, like Ta Murray, Ta Mori.
Oh my goodness.
The land of the Moors. But that's incorrect. So I'm just waiting on anybody in the chat to put this together in a sensible English translation. Okay, Omar Reed has it correct. And Overstanding Daily has it correct. Except Overstand Daily, you forgot you have to imply this verb for English is. Okay, I said Omar was correct, and then he retracted his own. See, that's when people that's what I mean. Confidence. You know. So Amen is in. Now, remember what I said, Ta and then Mehu are individual words, but when used together, we know that this is lower Kemet. And people call, even though you don't see the word Kemet there, people will translate that as lower Kemet. All right. But I'm going to leave it more strict to what we're seeing. All right. So we're going to put Northland. So by doing it that way, I had to put the Northland. Amen is in the Northland. Or alternatively, I'm going to put it like how you would normally see it. Okay, so this is how you would normally see it. Amen is in the Northland or Amen is in Lower Kemet. Very simple. So, what I want y'all to do is look at the predicate. So, in English, what is the subject? Does anybody on the panel? Amen is in Lower Kemet. What is the subject?
Amen.
Okay, Amen. What is the predicate? The whole predicate.
Tamihu.
No, in English. English, what's the whole predicate?
In Lower Kemet.
The whole predicate.
Is in Lower Kemet.
Okay, is in Lower Kemet. Okay, so now out of these sentence types, what sentence type? We already went through substantival and adjectival. We got two left to choose from, adverbial or existential. Which sentence type is that? The one we just went over. That's for anyone. Remember, the sentence type is based on the predicate. And the predicate is in Lower Kemet. We only got two sentence types left.
So it'd be the first one, substantive?
Nope.
Existential.
First of all, we already did a substantival one. So that's scratched off the list. We already did an adjectival one. That's scratched off the list. The only two we have left is the adverbial and existential.
I'd say existential.
Okay, so we have two of you all are saying existential. Anybody else?
Adverbial.
Adverbial.
Okay, so we got 2 and 2. So who's gonna break the tie?
I say adverbial.
Okay.
I say existential.
Oh, now we got a tie again. So Chavis, you're the man. You're gonna tell us which one it is. If you're there.
I'm gonna go with adverbial.
There you go, my man. That is correct. Adverbial. See, I knew we were gonna pull it off. All right, so it's an adverbial. Why? Because it's a circumstance.
Usually they do start with the "u," with the particle as well.
Okay, see, if you knew that, then oh yeah, you had the correct answer already. Good. All right, so it is an adverbial sentence. So let me put that up here at top.
Why is it adverbial again? I mean, isn't it saying where amen exists?
No. Okay, so that's a good question, but let me type this and I'll answer your question. Okay. Adverbs do what? Let's define adverbs real quick.
They indicate.
They answer. Sorry. They answer what question?
Time, location, and things of that nature.
Yes. They answer the question where, when. Now she said time and location, but I'm giving you the W's, the where and when and how.
And why.
Okay. So where is Amen? He is in Lower Kemet. Where is the book? On the table. On the table would be an adverbial phrase, but we call it a prepositional phrase. On the table, in the house, in the store, on the top shelf, in the desk, under the cabinet. Those are all saying where, and those are all adverbials, adverbial phrases. Okay, so you have adverbs, which are single words, but then you have phrases, which are prepositional phrases. But prepositional phrases, they're adverbial in nature, okay? So in Lower Kemet, it tells where. And that's an adverb. All right, so that's pretty much it. So let me open it up. I'm gonna post the link one more time. We got a little bit of time. I guess we could stay on for a little while, and we could have a conversation about what we went through. Any questions, any comments, or if you want to come on the panel, you're welcome to, and keep the conversation going for a little bit. We're not gonna stay too long. But hopefully you all learned something and had some takeaways. We went through the process of the 4 steps of transliteration, translation. And we also, dipped a little bit more into the grammar. And in terms of these 3 types of nonverbal sentences. And remember, when I started off, I was saying that a lot of people will look at Ronnie Kemet as a VSO language, verb, subject, object language. And they think that that's it. And that's not the case. There are a lot of nonverbal sentences, which we went over just 3. There's 4 types, but we went over 3 examples. But there's many examples that we can give, and there's plentiful. But then you do have verbal sentences, and verbal sentences can get very, very complex. The whole verbal system is very complex, which is why I avoided it tonight. That's for a whole nother thing. That's for the grammar classes. But I just wanted to share that with you all so that you all can have some takeaways. But yeah, anybody's welcome on here or anybody on the panel now. If you have some questions or want to bring up something else, we can kick it for a while. We got 15 minutes.
I had a question about, I think it was on this last one that we just translated.
Okay.
So the particle, I just wanted to know if you could go over that. The brother said that the IW is a particle something. I don't know what it is, so I just wondered if you could just go over that and what it is and how it functions.
Okay, so Chris, since you answered that, that's on you.
No, brother, you the teacher here. I defer to you.
I'll say a little something. The way it was talked to me was like the IW just means like a matter of fact. So maybe like after you translate the sentence, I'm in North Kemet as a matter of fact, or that's how it was explained to me. But then I got a quick question related to it though. Emicat said that when you see that IW, that lets you know it's circumstance.
Okay, Emicat, you want to explain yourself?
No, I said that usually the adverbial sentences would start with a "u," with the particle "u."
So anytime we see the IW glyphs, then we should just understand that that's exactly what it is. And then what is it again? It's a particle what? Because I didn't.
Okay.
Yeah, I said that it's a proclitic particle. They come at the front, or they start off at start sentences.
Okay, got you. So pro meaning like before, got you.
You said procliptic particle?
Chris?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, proclitic. They got me tongue-tied now. So you got eclectic particles, and you got what's called a non-eclectic particle. So the non-eclectic particle would be the proclitic.
Right there, done.
And so every time that's how it functions when you see the IW, right? Just making sure. Chris?
If you see that and then you see a predicate. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead, sis.
No, I was saying if you see it with a predicate phrase, then sorry, with the adverbial phrase after it, then it would,
Okay, so when it comes in front, like, so when it's like, when you see it sort of like it is on the screen, then you can sort of just automatically just take it as a proclitic particle.
All right. So, yeah, I wanted y'all to.
We let Wujao clean that up.
No, I want y'all to get it out, get it all out there. That's good. I'm saying this is what it's all about. This is what it's all about. So, now, so let's start over. In adverbial sentences, most adverbial sentences will start with that particle "u." So that's why Emicat said what she said. Okay, "u" as a particle. It's not translated, but it has a nuance. So this is what it means. But it's not translated. But some people will translate it, will add that nuance in their translation, but it is in and of itself is not translated as a word, single word. Okay, but "u" gives the notion that the statement that's being made is very relevant to the speaker or the person who's making the statement, and that for the person who's making the statement itself is objective. So in other words, it's a statement of fact, or it's an objective statement in the eyes of the writer or the speaker. Okay, so that's pretty much what it means. All right, but it's untranslated. But that's the notion that you get when you see this that particle there, "u."
And so what would the eclectic or the ecliptic particle look like? I guess it would be at the end of the sentence, or it could be in the middle.
No, well, you're talking about "you"? We're talking about "you," right?
So he said it was procliptic, and then it's a ecliptic particle. And I was just wondering, since you just went over the procliptic, how would you indicate or find or know that it's an ecliptic particle? Would it be at the end?
No, you would learn these ad hoc. There are certain ones that you would just know, just like how you know what the pronouns are. So, for example, inek would be a pronoun. Su would be a pronoun, dependent pronoun, and so on. So those are things you would memorize. So you would know as a particle. Another particle would be mek. The word mek.
When do you learn this? Like, say, if you're taking the course, would this be in the second tier?
Grammar. When you learn grammar. Yep. This is not something you will learn at the beginner's level, so to speak. No. But it would be grammar. The way our courses are set up is that we have a beginner's level, and then we have the grammar level. We don't have level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and all those several tiers. It's 2. You're gonna learn the basics, because the reason why it's 2 for our system is because when you're learning this language, you're learning 2 things at once, and it's just broken up. You have to learn the writing system and how it works, and then you have to learn the morphology and syntax of the language itself. And so at a beginner's level, you're learning everything about the writing system. And you're learning a teaspoon of grammar so that you can practice and start you segue, merging into learning the grammar. But it'll allow you to transliterate and translate basic inscriptions. Then you take the second part, which is learning the morphology and syntax of the language. And it's not until then that you can say you know the language. Okay, so that's why. So we have Ronnie Kimmett and Sesh Medu.
Gotcha.
All right. So, but there's 2 particles that are most used that you'll see. U, which is IW, and MEK, MK. Okay, and some people may translate it as MAK, M-A-K, or meat. But like I said, you learn that stuff on the grammar level. But you asked about the meaning, but that's what it means. It's not translated, but it gives you that notion that to the speaker, the statement is objective and is very relevant to the speaker. All right, so you will be objective, and MEK will be subjective. MEK translates to, now that one is translated. Sometimes it's translated, sometimes it's not. But MEK would be look. It's telling somebody look or behold or look, or as you can see. Or in Kenya, they'll say, by the way, and start talking. So that's what MEK would be. And basically, MEK is going to pull the audience closer to the statement, and U is going to push the audience away to look at it more objectively. All right, so I'm giving y'all the secrets of the universe now. So anyway, was there anything else? I'm acting like there's a whole list of questions.
I have another question, but I didn't want to hog the mic.
Oh, I mean, you might as well. There's no other questions right now.
Okay. So if I wanted to write,
hold up. I'm sorry. 1 second. Lisa, you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so you asked, or you mentioned existence, or you thought the other sentence was an existential sentence at first, right?
To you.
Okay, so just to let you know, the difference is that in an existential sentence, you're gonna find that certain words are used, and the verb "when in," which is a word that means to exist, is going to be used. So, the way it's used, just so you'll know, just so you will make the distinction, but you'll learn about it later if you deal with the grammar later. But if I were to say, there is a snake. In English, there is a snake. That is an existential sentence, even though we don't normally call it that in English and we don't learn it that way. But in Ronnie Kimmett, that would be an existential sentence because I'm saying that a snake exists. So I would use the word when. I would say you when hafau. there is a snake. And so what I'm actually saying, exist a snake, or a snake exists, because the word when means to exist. Okay, so I just wanted to show you tell you the difference, that it's not adverbial, the difference between adverbial and existential.
Okay.
That
All right.
also that for the people watching.
Say it again.
Or could you write it down maybe on a slide for those watching?
Yeah, do I was wondering if you had an example of it as well.
Okay, so let's do this. You. Oops. I'll spell it out for everybody who's watching. Not the glyphs, but you. Oops. All right, so that is now that's the manual decodage. So let me put it into so you win hafau. And what that is saying is there is a snake. Hafau is the word for snake. When means exist. And you is that particle we're talking about. It's an objective notion of objectivity, very relevant to the speaker. It's an objective statement of fact to the speaker. So I'm saying there is a snake.
But it still has the IW.
Yeah, right at the beginning. Okay, so that would be an example of existential. So let me put that up top. So anybody who's taking screenshots of this, you'll be good to go. All right, so that's the difference. So y'all trying to go in tonight. I was trying to keep it simple. Okay, but Niret Wasara, you were going to say something before I did that. And if y'all have questions in the chat, you can ask your question in the chat too. I posted the link if you want to come in here as well if you did, but either or. So Niwa Sarah, since you already asked the question, let me answer Overstand Daily their question. So Heru is the Lord of Upper and Lower Kemet, or is there other meanings to this? Okay, the examples I gave were just examples. But if you're asking me that in general, was Heru Lord of Upper and Lower? Oh, I see. In that example, let me go back to it. Yeah. In this example, that's what that's saying. So Tawi is the two lands. The word Ta, we translate it as land, but it's better to imagine it having the meaning of an environment, a region, or even a realm. Like Europeans would call it a realm. You know, in European communities in the medieval times, they call it the realm, or the realm. But Ta, we translate it as land, but it's an environment. And so what the two environments are, we have to remember this. And this is a mistake that a lot of people make. When Egypt is described, a lot of people will say the Nile Valley civilization or the Nile Valley culture. When they do that, they're only talking about one region, the valley. But Egypt was two. It was a valley and a delta. The valley is the narrow part and the delta is the part that fans out. So we should correctly say the Nile Valley and Delta civilization. The Nile Valley and Delta civilization. Tawi, two lands, two regions, two environments. And so the Egyptians saw their kingdom composed of two totally different environments. When you went to the Delta and you travel on our map south, which would be upstream, you're entering in a totally different environment and it looks different. And they saw it as different. So that's why they call one of region 1 and region 2. And both of those together is Tawi. And so the king of Kemet was the king over 2 different environments, the valley and the delta. So we say Tawi, Neb Tawi, the Lord of the 2 lands. And when the king united those 2 regions, those 2 different environments containing 2 different people on a higher level, 2 different types of people, and so on and so forth, they merged the 2 or united those 2, and it was called Samatawi. Samatawi was the name of Kemet prior to it being called Kemet, or simply Tawi. Tawi, as the name of the country, is older as a name than the word Kemet. Kemet was not known as Kemet until the 11th dynasty. Okay, so remember that. Kemet was not called Kemet until 11 dynasties in. So people were there doing their thing 11 dynasties in before they even named the whole kingdom Kemet. Remember that. It was called Tawi before that, and called Khenu also before Kemet. All right, so just to put that out there a little bit. Okay, so that's her question. So yeah, Heru would be king. Every king was lord of the 2 lands, Neb Tawi. Plural, as y'all were mentioning earlier, is Tau. That's lands, just plural. Okay, but Niwasara, you had a question?
For sure. So mine was my questions pertaining to, like, I'm trying to write a name, and I just want to make sure, like, I got it in books and stuff, but I just wanted to run it across to make sure before I did this little thing that I was trying to do. So the name Emmy, like, if I'm trying to make it and have it as someone's name, right, would you agree that it would just be the owl glyph and then the mouth, like MR? But I know that can have several meanings. So would you put a determinative behind it? You know, the Hemet or the lady sort of determinative that they have? And would you think that would suffice, or would that would be appropriate?
Okay, if I understand you correctly, you're trying to make a name, and so what is the name again?
So Emmy.
Mm-hmm. What is the meaning? What is the meaning? What do you?
So it's so just like I guess. So when you ask the meaning, you want me to? So
no.
Like from the mouth, huh?
No, I'm saying when you come up with a name, are you working from a meaning, or you?
Yeah, so I was working from the meaning more so like I guess we could translate it to like a boss or like
oh, I got you. Okay.
Supervisor. Yeah.
Okay, no, that one is Emi Ra.
For sure, yeah, and I'm sorry, I'm giving you what I call my. So yeah, Emmy Ra is exactly what I was trying to ask you. I call her Emmy. So yeah, Emmy Ra. So would you have the owl determinative and then the mouth, and then since it's a person, you would have a determinative after that?
You can,
because
you can because see, here's the thing. What you're doing, okay. Here's an issue, and I'm glad you actually asked that, because this is something that we're all going to be faced with. Is because when we're trying to create words today, the first thing we try to do is try to find the word that's already attested, like it's used that way in ancient times. But a lot of times you won't find one. So the question is, how do you create new ones? And they're called neologisms. How do you coin new words? And so, so if you're trying to call somebody an overseer as a name, because the way it was used in ancient Kemet was an epithet. It was a title. It wasn't really, that wasn't just it. You know, as a name, it was it was a title that accompanied further words that would be their names and stuff like that. So if you want to make it into a name, yeah, you can put if it's a you said it's for a female.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can put a we'll call it a Grammatical B1, which would be a woman determinative.
Yeah.
there. But now, if you're asking how to spell it, is because it doesn't exist in ancient times as that like that. You know you can kind of
do what I want.
as
Not
long
really
as
do it. Yeah.
as long as it's appropriate. Like the owl and the mouth glyph back to back in the back of the owl is how the scribes did it. Emira, which meant overseer. You know
Now,
that
would
which
it
is in the mouth.
okay? Now, would it be wrong if there was a feather in front? Would that mean something different, or is that like it?
Feather? No, you don't mean feather. You mean reed leaf.
Exactly, reed leaf in front.
Yeah, that would be something different.
Okay, cool. I haven't seen it like that, but I was just wondering.
That would be something different. I could tell you what that is. When the reed leaf is used in front of the owl, it's used when the owl is a preposition and also has a suffix pronoun attached to it.
Got you. Cool.
So
I was gonna say that they have emit ra as well. So with the bread loaf, you could add the bread loaf right after the mouth.
Oh, okay. So that would like feminize the phrase, right? Or the name.
Yeah, right.
And would you still do the determinative as well?
You might, but see, like if you see the offering formulas that we've had so far, you see when the names come, it gets complicated because usually there's no determinative to let you know that's a name. It's just a name, so it's just spelled out without the determinative.
Okay.
So.
And so that's
because if it's a
go ahead.
Okay, go. I was saying if it's a name, then it would be in the shin, so you wouldn't have to have a determinative, right?
Oh, only if the person is king or something like that, just not regular names per se.
Okay.
So let me
in the front, like if you had a ostrich feather, that's mayat.
Well, he asked about he meant the reed leaf but he mentioned the feather. But I'm going to show you.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you how it's usually how you usually find it in the glyphs, just to show you. Now this is probably what you're looking at or what you're looking to do. And like I said, see, this is the issue, because what you're doing is you're creating a new word. And so what you want to do when you do that, and this is what I advise everybody, you want to try to stick to tradition, because I'm going to tell you, the ancient Egyptians, the Remich themselves, they were very stickler at keeping up with the Middle Egyptian phraseology and how they wrote in the writing style that expanded a long time, even though the spoken vernacular changed. Okay, so you had a lot of scribes who stuck to the Middle Egyptian, what scholars call Middle Egyptian ways of writing, and how they did all the phrases and things like that. So for us today, that would be our challenge. We would want to be as traditional as possible. So if you're doing words that already exist, then we should do them as they're traditionally done. Okay, so I'm going to show you on this slide. Let me switch back over real quick here.
Because I know when you write a pyramid, that's MR as well, and I just didn't want to make that mistake.
Well, you have the pyramid determinative, though.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So here I'm going to show you how you will write what you're trying to write. Is that.
Okay, cool. Snapshot.
That would be imitra, which would be a feminine, as grammatically feminine, and it would be a female overseer or someone who is in charge. Imitra.
So her name is Emira. So I was thinking that when she said the bread loaf, it wouldn't be pronounced, but it would be in this.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's feminine. It's it'd be feminine.
So would you say I'm sorry, Mikat. You got it.
Oh, no, I was just gonna tell you today's like when you have sen and senet, so you do have to pronounce it.
Right. So I don't know, because see, I'm just trying to like write her name, and
Okay,
like
let me ask you this: is it a name that somebody already has, and then
yes,
you're trying to?
it's her name.
Okay, so yeah, okay, because that's her name already. Then adding the T would not match what she was already given, so it's not the other way around.
Right.
But
Right.
Emira is a masculine way of saying it. But because that's her name already, then you would spell it, you could drop the T to match the way what she was given. But if it was somebody that you were given the name to, this is the correct way of doing it. It should be Emira.
Got you.
But I know whoever the name belongs to, you're not going to change the name all right now. So yeah, so you gotta roll with that. But normally, it should be Emira with the T.
Got you.
With the T.
Got you. Yeah, it's my daughter, but got you.
Okay, yeah. So Emira.
My question would be like, so when you for this right here or name, would the next step be to try to find it in Waterbuck or try to find it in another expectation or something?
Well, Emira exists. It's a female overseer.
It's a title right before the name.
Yeah. And like I said, traditionally, Emira or Emitra would be epithets or titles before a name, not necessarily a name in and of itself. Now, in Arabic, they would say Amir or Amira.
Is that because Ra is sort of a masculine, I don't even want to say netter, but deity?
No, this has nothing to do with the deity at all. This is the word for mouth.
It's the mouth. It's like of the mouth, right?
Right. This is the word for mouth. But Amir would be a person in charge in the Islamic world, and Amira would be a feminine.
Yeah, that's what people say when they see her name. They say Amira. But...
yeah, and that's cool. I mean, that's right. Emira or Emira. Overstand Daily said it wasn't called Kemet until the end of the 11th dynasty. Heru is lord of the Delta and the Nile. Okay, so let me just make sure that that's clear. The Nile, so you can't say the Delta and the Nile. You would say the Delta and the Valley. But both the Delta and the Valley is, talking about the Nile, the river. So just understand. Let me see if I have a picture of it. If I should, I normally would. And it'd be just my luck that I don't have it included here. Trying to show a good picture of. Oh, you know what? The book cover.
So I say no, you got the book cover.
Okay, so on this book cover right here, I want you to notice that, see this this triangle shaped green patch? That's the Delta. And then you see the green that goes down here, that's the Valley. But all of it's the Nile. It's just that the Nile gets real narrow, and then the Nile fans out into tributaries. It breaks up into several different tributaries that dumps into the Mediterranean Sea. And so this area right here is called Ta. This is lower Ta, or Ta Mehu, and all this down here is Ta Shema'u. So you have Ta Mehu and Ta Shema'u. Those are the two realms. Together they're called Tawi, or the two lands. But those are the two different environments. If you lived, that's like living. It's not exactly, but I'm gonna give you an analogy. It would be like living. The difference between living in New York and Florida. Like for us today, because you'll get used to a certain lifestyle in New York that's kind of rigid, cold in the wintertime and whatnot, fast paced and very busy and whatnot. But then when you move down to Florida, it's much more humid. You're gonna wear less clothes for less part of the year. I mean, you're gonna wear less clothes for more part of the year, I should say, and and stuff like that. So you'll see that big difference. And so the Delta lifestyle is different than the Valley's lifestyle.
Now, I think last night, Asar was saying, I don't know if he's saying it was literal or a paronymity, but the two lands meaning the two sides.
There's a two sides. There's a left and right aspect, and then there's a north and south aspect. But Ta Shema'u is the narrow strip. That's what they call upper Kemet. And then Ta Mehu is what they call lower Kemet. But in terms of geography and environmental changes, it's talking about the delta and the drastic change once you come out of the delta. The delta was swampy. The delta was very fertile. The delta was plentiful with access to water. It was swampy in certain areas and stuff like that. When you get down here, you have less access to water, where they had to dig bigger trenches and irrigation channels and things like that to give access to water further away from the river itself. But over here, it had natural tributaries. It had natural division, and then they can create a network or a grid of irrigation channels. But over here, it was harder to do, but it was done. Down here, it was harder to do, and it was done. It was just more desert on both sides. It gets narrow. Okay, so I wish I had that map by itself to show you all a little bigger, but you all get the idea. Now, the two lands on two sides, because the Nile splits, the Nile breaks up the kingdom on two halves, two left and right. And the borders for those were the riverbank itself, Idebwi, which would be a dual for the bank, riverbank. And Kemet was also called Idebwi, the land of the two riverbanks. All right, so any other thing? Any other questions or comments? But you got this Niwesara, right? Emit Ra.
Yeah, and I appreciate it. I'm just trying to figure out how to tell my daughter I named her after a man or a male.
Nah, you don't even have to do all of that. It's just it's
I'm
fine.
joking.
Yeah. Now if you remove the T, then that's it. You just put the B1 or this squatting woman next to it. Just take the bread loaf out.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
And just a quick point, Wujao is actually pretty good with helping people come up with names and things of that nature. So if anyone is listening and would like to get that done.
Yeah, I actually got it from watching the show. And first, I was just playing with your name, and I was asking her mom, not really the name right after Emmy Cat, but I was like, I just liked Emmy, and I liked how it wasn't too Egyptian. Like, I'm like, oh, it's kind of like the awards. And then one time we were reading something, or you and Asar were reading something, and I came across Emmy Ra. Then I was like, I don't know. I found out what it meant, but I definitely didn't know that it was attached only to males. So, but I guess it don't really matter because people, names are sort of gender neutral sometimes. Like, people name men are named Ashley, women are named Ashley, and so on and so forth. But for sure, I already kind of like fed off of something on the show anyway for the name. But appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, that's good. Just a quick thing on names though. Names in African communities are very, very different. It's taken very, very serious and it's very important. Okay, and that goes deep, deep, deep into the psychology of just humans in general. And the general idea is that a name is a mirror representation of an identity. So identity and name become synonymous, but they're different. Um, Without an identity, you don't exist. Nothing exists without an identity. So the fact that something exists is its identity. And then you represent that identity with a name. And so the name stands in for the identity. And that's why your name is on your identification card and whatever the case is, because we have to have a reference, a pointer, a marker for your existence. And so your name represents that. And so your very existence should reflect in the meaning of the name. And so what a lot of communities do, they will consult somebody that does divination to try to ascertain why you came here, why you exist. You know, what do you exist for? And so they try to tap into your destiny and your basically your destiny, or what they call a life path. And then based on that destiny, they will translate that destiny into a sentence, and then that sentence into a name. And then that'll be your name, because your destiny is why you exist. Because you know the saying that they say nobody's perfect. That's a true statement, because nobody who is alive can ever be perfect, because the very word perfect means complete. And as long as you're living and breathing, you're not complete, because you can always learn something. You're learning something every day. You're changing every day, and you're learning something every day. You're not finished or complete until you are no longer living. And so that journey is your destiny and whatnot, or why you came here. And that's what indigenous communities are trying to figure out, and that's how they name you. And so part of your name will be your destiny or life path. Another part of your name, depending on what community you're talking about, will anchor you in on when you were born. So you answer the question of when, and then you answer the question of why. Why are you here, and when did you come here? So like in Ghana, they have boys and girls get part of their name is the day in which they were born on. So like, let's say, for example, and I forget these names, which day is which, but on Tuesday, if you were born after sunrise on Tuesday, then one of your names is going to be something, a derivative of the deity Benu. So you're going to have a name like Kwabena if you're a male, and Abena if you're a female. Kwabena or Kobina, and then Abena for a female if you were born on Tuesday. But that's only one part of your name, so it'd be Kwabina, blah, 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 blah. You know, just to give you an example. And I know in Kenya, I think Emicat told us a few times that they give names according to the time. Or maybe you can elaborate on that.
Yeah, that's specifically with the Luo. So it's with time, season, and specific events like major event. So like my name is Akinyi, and that means Okinyi is morning. So if you're a girl born in the morning around 6 to 7 or so, then you get the name Akinyi. If it's a boy, then it's Okinyi.
Okay,
So,
there you go. So we got to keep all that stuff in mind. But yeah, that was with that.
Well, what if your fate is decided, or your destiny, and you personally decide that's not I don't want to do that for the rest of my life. I don't want to, go in that direction or that field of what was decided by someone else. I'm very interested in those kind of situations as well, because I can't imagine that everyone would agree 100% with what is told to them is their destiny.
Listen, that's a good point. But in a culture like look at our culture today. When we name our children, the children have no say so at all. You have no say so in that. You get a name. You were not. It was not a democracy, and you don't even get into a democratic household. Like none of our households was a democratic at all. Anytime you got a democratic household, that's something different. But no, you don't participate in that at all. And so if you're within a culture that is the cultural norm, then see we can look at it because it's not our culture. So we'll think of that kind of question like what if. But when you're actually in it and that is the norm, that question will rarely even come up, because there's cultures today that do it. Like there are people who have the name, but see what happens in that case that you just described. They'll just detach the meaning of it, but they won't change their name. They'll just forsake the meaning, but they'll grow up still being called that name. I mean, even as an adult, that'll still be their name.
Yeah, and the thing is, you have to remember that the names don't particularly say what you're going to be. Like nobody's named after like a doctor or engineer in that sense. Those are like titles. So like you can say I don't want, I wasn't born in the morning, or I wasn't born on Friday, So and then the other names usually are like attributes. So those are not really something that you would have like I don't think people would like, I don't want to be a strong one. If your name actually describes the strong one, because you do get different names, apart from like I would get the last name, but you get other names depending on attributes, and also other names given from your elders who they would like you to, to have their attributes as well. Like I would be named after my grandmother as well, and the location where your people come from. So those are not things like you want to sit and say, I don't want it, because those are pretty much as a matter of fact. Your names actually are factual things. And then other than that, then there comes those attributes, and those attributes are usually positive stuff that you want, that you want, or the people would like you to have. So it's not like I don't want to be strong, I don't want to be kind or humble, because those are the kind of names you would get in different African tribes. So then they're not just arbitrary names where it's like I don't like it.
Okay. I'm just wondering because I did change my name legally because I didn't like what I was named by my parents. So I had wondered, I can't be the only one. What about other cultures? That's why I'm asking that. I'm just interested.
No, yeah, that's a good question and point to bring up, because some people do that. Some people change their name legally, and everything. But when your name is very important. See, in America, within this culture, names are not as important and high up there on a hierarchy of value as it is in a lot of other indigenous cultures around the world, especially on the continent, in the communities. And like I said, it goes back to the fact that existence itself is an identity, because you have to look at the way that a population of people view the world, their paradigm or their worldview. And they usually reveal their worldview in their cosmogony or creation stories or cosmology stories and things. That will tell you how they view the world and how they categorize the world. And the categorization of existence itself is what ontology is about. And then the hierarchy of the relationships is the taxonomy. And so we have biological taxonomy, where you have this hierarchy of labels and categories of different things in existence. But existence itself, ontology, is when something exists distinct from any other thing that exists. And when we say distinction, we're defining it. And to define something, you have to create a boundary. Everything in existence has a boundary, which is what makes it identifiable as a thing in existence, separate from other things. Otherwise, everything would just be a big blob. Everything would just run and just be the same. Everything would be all the same. There'd be no differentiation. And so the differentiation is bounded, it has boundaries. And this boundary has been imagined by indigenous people as a circle. Okay, and so you create a circle around something to enclose it, and it's a sphere. And that's what creates an existence of something other than outside of the other things. And that becomes its identity, and then we name it. It has to have a reflection in the way we communicate and interact. So I'm going to give you an example. In order to engage and interact in the world, you have to have a name. You have to have an ID. So even in commerce around the world, all around the world, you have to have some kind of form of identification. A business, when you create a business, in legal terms and commercial terms, a business is a person. Its social security number is a EIN number, and it becomes a person. Just like people have social security numbers, businesses have it as well. It has a name, a legal name. It can sue, it can be sued, and the whole nine. And it engages, even though it's not a sentient human being with flesh and blood, but it can engage things. And so everything in existence, in order for it to engage and interact, it has to have an identity. And that identity has to be reflected in a name. And so everything is named. If it is not named, it cannot interact. It doesn't exist in the real interaction of the world. And that's how indigenous people saw it. So names are very, very, very important. And like Emiket said, a name was not telling you like what you're going to be. So when people don't like their name, or don't want to be something, and because they want to be something, then they forsake the name, or they change it or not, or whatever the case is. That's a different kind of destiny. See, destiny is not like that in many indigenous cultures. It's all based around you working towards perfection. While you're working towards perfection, what will help you to intensify your divinity? And so none of that matters if you like or dislike, because likes and dislikes are things that are influenced from externally. And so that's why they do divination, because they don't deal without none of that stuff, and you have no say so when you're a baby anyway. So it's basically, why did you come here? You didn't come here to necessarily be X, Y, and Z. Everybody came here to intensify their divinity. It's just what path? What are you going to do that? And that's what divination is about. That's what giving a reading, these readings and stuff, that's what it boils down to. The core of all these readings is answering the question, how can me doing X, Y, or Z help me come to the realization of my divinity? That is the ultimate question of all divination systems. Okay, it's about a person's divinity. And see, divinity gets a little tricky and weird because people think divine divinity, they think of deity, think of God, and then you got people who don't like God, who don't want to be religious, and it gets real crazy. But it's not that deep. I mean, it's not what people think.
Right. I understand what you mean.
Yeah. Yep. So how can I become what do I have to do to cultivate my divinity? To help me come to the realization of my divinity. Yeah, so was there anything else? I'm trying to look at the questions. Marquis said, do they have nicknames like us? Yeah, if you want to call shortened names and stuff like that, yes, the Egyptians did do that too. But they were not as playful as we are. See, that's gonna get into a whole nother conversation right there. But let me just say this quickly. And you know, this gonna tie into a couple of posts that are on Facebook recently that I read. Okay. I wonder if Mika is still there. If Mika is still there, I'm not sure if she's still there in the chat. I should have said this earlier when I know she was there. But she has a Facebook post. And I don't want to misquote it. But she let me see if I can find it real quick. Pardon me real quick. It should be easy to find. It was recently. It's recent. And I commented on it. Okay, that's not it. Okay, I thought it would be easy to find, but guess not. Okay, I thought it would be easy to find, but it is not. Well, I comment on it, but anyway, it was something along with death, right? Dying. Oh, here we go. Okay, so she said, when we die, we go to a state of non-existing. We no longer exist. So that was the statement. When we die, we go to a state of non-existing. We no longer exist. Now, the reason why I want to bring that up, and this is for a whole long conversation, but I'm just gonna give like a very short. Oh, there she is. In the chat. So let me read her statement again. When we die, we go to a state of non-existing. We no longer exist. Now I'm not going to get into this long conversation tonight, but maybe I'll prep it right now for and we can have a longer conversation about this. But when I first commented on her post, I asked her what exactly dies. And there's a reason. Oh no, that was the first thing I asked. I think it was. There's a reason why I asked that, because depending on what culture, different cultures see the we, what makes me differently. So when she says that when we die, we go to a state of non-existing, we no longer exist. So we, you have to define the we. And of course that's plural. That's first person plural. But even if you did it just for yourself, what are you? And so that's why I asked her what actually dies. And that question alone, if I ask what actually dies, it's gonna cause a person to pause for a minute, and you're gonna start contemplating, you're gonna start thinking about it, like, wait a minute, what dies? Because that answer is gonna how you answer that is gonna determine how you see yourself. And so what happens is most cultures around the planet, they don't see the human being as this homogeneous one thing. And so we can see our physical body, and the body can decay. But are you your body? And so I think one of her answers, and I know she's in the chat now, but yeah, if she was on here, she could speak for herself. But let me read one of her answers. So listen, so let me just read her thing. She said, when we die, we go to a state of non-existing. We no longer exist. So I asked her, what exactly dies? And her reply was, our bodies die. And so you got to think about it. Now, it may seem like very trivial or something minor, but it's major. When somebody answers, our bodies die, you're claiming ownership of a body. So are you the body, or do you own the body? Because in order for you to say our body, or even if you put it in the singular, my body dies, then who are you and what are you? If your body dies, then what are you? Or if you own a body, then what owns the body? Who is the owner? And that's what I asked her. And, then the conversation could get deep, but I'm not going to have that conversation right now. But I'm saying that's a conversation that should be had, because it's a big deal, because there's cultures around the planet that do not and never saw the human being as this homogeneous thing, this one thing, entity. And for specifically in Kemet, in ancient Egypt, they saw the human being as a integrated unity of multiple entities. And one of the entities that make up a human being is the body, called Khat. The Khat in Rani Kemet, Khat, which is the physical body, your organs, your cells. That is the gross thing that we interact with, we see and stuff like that. That's Khat. That was only one of the entities that make up a human being. So we got to be careful when we say, when we die, we go into a state of non-existent. That's in the minds and communities of a lot of indigenous people, that is not true. Because they don't even look at the world. They haven't organized the world that way. And even in physics and science, they say energy cannot be created nor destroyed. And most people see the real them as energy. So if that's the case, and I'm only saying if that's the case, then you don't go into a state of non-existence. You just transform. In ancient Kemet, they had this word for creation is the same word for transformation, which is the word keper. Keper is to manifest, to transform, to change, to evolve, and it's also doubled as the word create and to make. And the reason why they can say that way is because the source from which everything comes out of is infinite and eternal. It's just undifferentiated. It has no form, no differentiation. And they called it Nu or Nun. And out of Nu or Nun came existence, came the things that exist. And so there's nothing beyond Nu or Nun. Nothing beyond that. That is infinite and eternal. And so nothing is actually made for the first time ever. Like that notion is a fictitious fantasy notion that was never comprehended by ancient communities. That's like a more distant and recent type of notion, to think that there's things that are created for the first time out of nothing. Because without sounding like a whole bunch of jargon and stuff like that, nothing is actually something in the eyes of a lot of indigenous cultures. Nun would be that nothing that is something. And so we have to understand that. So we don't go to we have to define the we, because I'm speaking for everybody if I say we, but if I say I'm not just my body. So who is the owner of your body? See, okay, Namika's saying no one knows, but that's not true. Because the fact that you can say my body, you're already claiming you're the owner. And what you're saying is that you don't know yourself. And I'm telling you, it gets deep. So listen, we're going to have this conversation. I want people to be on the panel when we have this conversation. Yeah, energy can't be destroyed in a closed system. created nor destroyed in a closed system. And so this is the thing that a lot of people don't reflect on, and this is the process of learning of yourself becomes the journey. And a lot of people will try to use the word religion in a pejorative way, negative way, or spirituality, and they'll toss that around and say, oh, religion is pseudo, or spirituality is pseudo, and stuff like that. I guarantee you that kind of mindset, they're not on any pathway or whatever to fully understand and grasp these things. And that's why I said it's a whole long conversation. But you have to understand that if I say, or if any one person says my body dies, then the fact that you say my body, it implies that you are more than that. You know, my car got damaged. You're not the car. So you have to people have to understand that ownership of the body. So what, and you got to drill down. You got to drill down who is the owner of your body? It's obviously you. So what are you? It's going to sound weird, but look, ask yourself, where are you? And I don't mean where as in, okay, I'm in my living room, or I'm in my kitchen, or whatever. I'm talking about, forget about everything around you. And you as your body, right? Just with that information, where are you? Okay, there you go. What makes you you? So Mika said, what makes you you? That's the question. That's the thing. Culture saw it differently. In Egypt, they had multiple entities that make you you. So you had the Kat, Kaibit, Ka, Sahu, Ib, Rin, Ak, Ba, etc., etc. All of those things are entities that makes you you. Even in Western culture in America, the average person divides themselves into 3 distinct entities: mind, body, and soul. Mind, body, and soul. And because people make those 3 distinct entities, they understand the body decays. But that's why people say the soul is immortal. It lives on forever. And then you got people, well, okay, prove that a soul exists, and so on and so forth. So then you have that conversation. But my point is that even in Western culture, in America, here in the United States, the majority of people will divide themselves into at least 3 distinct entities. 3 distinct entities will be made out of a person. So Omar, this will be the last thing, because we run up to 1 o'clock in the morning. Omar says the body created everything that makes it possible to think or feel that way. So all of that dies with the body, right? No. See, that's why I say it's a long conversation. Y'all trying to have it now. I can tell by the questions. Because what is death?
You know, when somebody dies, you say they're gone. So even in those phrases, we know that that person is not the body, but has left and gone somewhere, you know?
Yeah, because I'm telling you, from a long time ago in human history, they understood that the human being is not this one thing. They know that there's different things at play. Even if they didn't pinpoint it and got specific, these are things that you can observe and detect. You can detect that there's something at play that's not just this one thing. And you got to understand that that what do you call it? Okay, like just ask yourself the question. Like I said, ask yourself the question, where am I? Just ask that. And listen, in English it sounds superficial, it sounds like just mumbo jumbo or unimportant, but there's specifics in this. I, like, who am I? Like, where is the I? You know, that makes me me, but where is the I part? Like, who answers for I? Because like when you get your nails, when you cut your nails, is that you? Is your foot you? When you get a haircut, is that you? The hair that fell on the floor, is that you? You would never think of it that way. You're still you, even though you got a haircut. You got your nails cut. You got your nails done. You got a pedicure. So then who are you? Who's the I? And so you got to ask yourself, where am I in all of this? Where am I? And I'm gonna tell you, that gets into a whole, like I said, you know, I don't think people are ready for that kind of conversation, because that's where you get, if people can't handle it, they're gonna automatically say, oh man, that's some pseudo stuff. Y'all about to get into the pseudo land. But they don't want to slow it down. This is not actually pseudo, because we could flip the pages and talk strict psychology at this point. Straight up psychology. And if people want to make a nexus between psychology and biology, we can talk about the neurotransmitters and things, and how the brain operates and what we can observe and things. That's why I say we can have this conversation. But I can tell you, just from an Egyptian perspective, they contemplated these things, and they had explanations, and their explanations are recorded and documented about these things. Now, they didn't have the level of details that we can go into today, but they had explanations because they actually pondered these types of questions and concerns. They mapped out what the human being is made of in its totality. They describe it. Like, for example, they knew that the cellular physiological body has an expiration date, like a shelf life. Your cot has a shelf life. When it's born, it's vitalized, it's vigorous, and the whole nine. And they patterned it like the sun. As it goes through its maturation process, it comes to a zenith, just like the sun. Then it starts to decline, just like the sun. It gets weak. It does this on a daily basis. It's called, you know, when you're up and awake, and then you got to sleep. All human beings have to sleep. All mammals, if you're a human being, you're going to have to sleep. If you don't sleep, you're going to die, period. You will die if you don't sleep, because the way our bodies are made. That's observable. That's observed. They know that. But then on a longer clock, outside of the daily clock, you have your life's clock. It goes through the same pattern, but on a larger scale, exponentially larger. So you're born, you mature, you decline, you get old, or the old age, you decline. So they understand that. That was your cot. Your body rots, and it stinks, it smells. So they understood all that stuff. Everything that rots and decays does that. That's a sign of transformation. But now, they also had a part of the body called the kaibit, which is a word literally for shadow or for fan. It's a fan that casts a shadow, and it kept you cool. It's that thing you see inside of these images. I wish I had one to show you all real quick. But it's a kaibit or a shut, which is a fan. But it's also a word for shadow, literally. But it's used metaphorically to talk about that aspect or faculty of you that shadows your physical body, which gives you the ability to move. Okay? On your own volition. All right. Now you notice that there's movement within movement. So you know, in your body you have a lot of movement going on in your body. But then you yourself, on your own volition, you can move all of it. Okay, the faculty that gives you that ability to move like that, they call that the animal body, or the kaibit, the animating body. The word animal and animation and animate are all the same, from the same word. That's why we're part of the animal kingdom, because we have the ability to move on our own volition versus plants that can't. So we got the plant kingdom, the vegetative kingdom or plant kingdom, and then the animal kingdom. We're on the side of the animal kingdom because we can move. But the Egyptians, they observed, they understood this, that there's a faculty or an entity that's a part of our composition that gives us this faculty or ability to move on our own volition. They called it the shadow, because you cannot outrun your shadow. Your shadow follows you everywhere all the time. Okay? And so that's the animating body, giving you the ability to move. And I'm just going to stop there because I said it's a long conversation. We're coming up on 1 o'clock. Got 4 minutes. So I just wanted to let y'all understand. But Mika, I just want you to understand why I asked you what actually dies. Because we can't say we go into a state of non-existence. All right. You got, there's no, that doesn't, because even you have to define the we. Is it the gross? Is it the subtotal? Because check this out. You, okay, let me just say this on a biological level. You inherit 50% of your DNA from your mother and 50% from your father. If you have a brother or sister, they too will get 50% from your mother and 50% from your father. So if y'all have the same mother and father, you all will have 50% from each parent. But you all don't get the same 50%. So they don't, so you're not even getting the same 50% as your sibling from the same parent. Okay, so if you have a sister, if it's two sisters, two women, they share the same parents. One sister will get 50% from her father, and the other sister will get 50% from the same father, but they won't get the same 50%. They won't get the same 50%. So I bring that up because it's how you're defining what makes you you. What makes you you? And you won't exist as you in totality anymore. All right? You will not exist in totality as you anymore. Because you are a composite of things, and you can look at it as a unique combination. So if any of y'all are familiar with playing the lottery and stuff like that, you know how they say the Powerball, you have 1 in 13 million chances to win, or whatever the case is, because there are enough unique combinations of numbers to exist to where everyone is unique. And that unique total number is made up of digits that repeat. So the digits themselves are repeat. So you got 0 to 9. So you got 10 digits, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So those are 10 digits that repeat. But how they are combined to form a string is unique. And however many placeholders you have will widen the odds, will make it very, very hard to repeat it, the whole number. So you are like a unique code, and you as your unique code in total will not exist as you. So think on that for a little bit. But it's 1 o'clock, y'all. Anybody got anything else?
Yeah, I was gonna say that does this describe why some cultures used to kill twins and all that stuff?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. I don't know if that's the reason why. No, I don't know that. But that would be a good question. Yeah. But see, I'm trying to be brief with it, but I'm trying to say enough to put something on people's minds who are still tuned in and stuff like that, because it's a conversation worth having, and these kind of conversations people shouldn't shy away from, but you got to have it slow. You got to take it slow, and I'm gonna give you an analogy so you don't think it's pseudo or you don't think it's something that you shouldn't pay attention to. Okay, think about this. Think about layers. And matter of fact, let me switch over. Let me switch back over. Gotta use my whiteboard. Y'all know when I whip out the whiteboard, it's about to be something.
We should have this conversation then.
Yeah. It's just that it's late, but yeah, we should. So let's go with levels. Let's go with level. Let's say level 1, and let's go level 2. And I want y'all. I'm gonna give y'all a heads up. Or let me ask y'all, anybody in the chat, are you proficient in chemistry? Anybody on the panel? I need some chemistry folks to help me out here.
Unbiased is not here.
Oh, I'm biased. So just real quick, and no chemistry folks, huh? Chemistry. All right, well I'm gonna give it a shot because I'm trying to be brief, but we're gonna talk about this again. Okay, so let's do this. Matter of fact, I'm gonna have to look up something real quick. That way I won't be guessing something. Let's see. Let me look this up here.
I know a little bit about it, but I don't actually major in chemistry or anything like that.
Okay, all right. Let's keep it simple. I'm gonna keep it simple. I put three things here. So at level 3, we're gonna put water. That's at level 3. All right, what is water composed of? Like that's the general word and lay term that we use for liquid that we drink and all that other kind of stuff. Water, okay? But in a chemistry class, we would refer to water a little bit differently. So how would we refer to water in a chemistry class?
H2O.
Okay, H2O, exactly. So we have H2O, and that 2 is supposed to be subscripted, but y'all get the point, right? H2O. Okay? So water is made up of H2O. Now, what does that mean? What does H2O mean? Can somebody just say it out? Okay, Marquise said 2 hydrogen, 2 parts hydrogen and 1 oxygen, right? So there's hydrogen and oxygen. All right. So now on this level, I'm going to skip because I'm not trying to be long-winded. I'm going to skip down. What is both hydrogen and oxygen composed of? Yeah, y'all like, oh man, what are you doing? What are you talking about?
An atom?
Okay. I'm going to speedball a little bit. Okay, so just follow me for a second here. So at the higher level, we have water. When we want to penetrate and go down deeper, when we want to go under it, we look at water as being a composition of 2 parts hydrogen and 1 oxygen per water molecule. So this is a molecule. So this is a molecular level, and this is just the gross matter that we deal with. Okay, so we have water, and then we have each molecule of water is 2 hydrogens and 1 oxygen atom. And then each one of those is made up of electrons, protons, and neutrons. Okay? So what I want y'all to notice, and like I said, we can have a longer conversation about this. I want y'all to notice that that as we travel downward, let me do this for y'all. As we travel downward, we are getting what's happening as we travel downward. Let me see if y'all can just see it right away. Get the pattern.
Getting smaller.
More specific.
Becoming like elementary particles.
Okay, very good. I'm glad you said elementary. Fundamental and elementary are keywords. As you travel downwards, we're getting to sameness. Everything is made up of the same. Okay, y'all see that?
Yes.
And as we travel up, things get differentiated. So sameness is going down. As you go down, you're going to sameness. And as you go from down going up, you're getting to distinctness or differentiatedness, if there's such a word. Distinctions or distinction as you travel up. Okay, I want y'all to notice that. Okay.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So as you travel down, everything becomes the same or made up of the same stuff. As you travel up, everything becomes more definitive, more defined, more distinct. Okay, I want y'all to understand that. Okay, because this is going to lead into a future conversation that we should have. And so, like I said, for those people who want to talk pseudo and talk this other stuff to avoid slowing down the conversation to have these, you can show them or start talking about this, because this is the thing. If you look at the periodic chart, the periodic table of elements in this chart, all of those elements, every single one of them is made up of the same stuff. But what makes them unique elements or distinct elements is the combination of those fundamental particles. It's how they are arranged. So here I can put arrangement. It is the arrangement of these fundamental components that makes them unique. You understand that? It's the arrangement of the electrons, protons. I should put the arrangement. And quantity. It's the arrangement. The further down you go, it's based on the arrangement and quantity that makes something what it is. I'm going to say it again. Everything is made up of the same thing. It is only the arrangement and the quantity of those things that makes things what they are. And so the Egyptians, they documented this pondering, this contemplation, where they had where this undifferentiated, infinite and eternal substance that everything comes out of, and everything became distinguished based on the quantity and arrangements of that substance, is what makes a thing a thing. And we can look at it, that sounds crazy, but we can look at it to this very day and look at the periodic table. Water, or let's do another one. That's water. Let's do this one. Y'all gonna see what I'm talking about. Salt. What is the chemical formula for salt? Anybody know? I know it's sodium chloride or something like that. Sodium chloride is Na. Sodium is Na, and chloride I think is Cl. See, somebody can correct me later because I'm trying.
Yes, NaCl.
That sounds about right.
Okay, the L is that should be it, right? And if y'all can correct me later, but y'all know what I'm talking about. So now, is water salt? No, it's totally different. Water is not salt. Salt is not water. And the chemical compound will tell you that. But guess what? Sodium and chloride can be further broken down the further you go. Like I said, I'm skipping, but the further down you go, it's going to be electrons, protons, and neutrons. So water and salt are both composed of these fundamental particles. So it's the arrangement and the quantity of these fundamental particles that makes it distinct. Okay? Don't let nobody tell you different, because if they do, they're lying. And they're crazy. They're insane. Because I'm demonstrating this right now in this short amount of time. I'm showing you how everything in the physical world that's made up of atoms, protons, and neutrons. I'm not even getting subatomic or below that, because actually that's subatomic right there. But I'm not trying to go into the what do you call it? Quarks and all that other kind of stuff. But just on this level here, electrons, protons, and neutrons, these are particles that form the atom. Okay, now we should understand from basic chemistry and some basic knowledge about the periodic table that each of those elements on the periodic table, the reason why they call it the periodic table in the first place is because they're talking about patterns. These patterns repeat. And if I had one to show y'all real quick, I would, but I don't want to take up too much time. But if you look at the periodic table right now, look at it. On the far right-hand side, you have what's called noble gases. Those noble gases are complete. They are in want of nothing. Why? Because their outside electron orbital shell is full. Every electron orbit shell can hold only a maximum number of electrons. And I think it goes 2, then 8, then 16, and then I think 18 and 32. Somebody can correct me there. Like I said, I'm just going off the top of my head right now. But each orbit of the electron shell can take a certain maximum number of electrons. And it's the arrangement and the quantity of each of these particles that makes a thing a distinct thing. But yet they're made up of the same stuff. So water and salt are made up of the same stuff, but it's the arrangement of that stuff. And that's how the Egyptians saw creation. They saw everything coming into existence as an arrangement and quantity of the same stuff. So in the Egyptians' minds, you have unity. Let me put this up here. And this is going to be the last thing I say, because I'm telling y'all the secrets of the universe right now. Nah, somebody going to take me serious.
A quick pause just to thank Senate Monica, Jagad, and Mika for printing the law on the.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Oh, the super chat.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting about the super chat. Dua for the super chat. Man, I keep forgetting we activated.
Yeah, that was great.
That we activated that. Multiplicity. So the Egyptians had this running theme in everything that they talked about on this kind of issues and topics, that you have this simultaneous unity and multiplicity. Okay, the unity is down here. So the unity is the further down you go, and the multiplicity is the further up you go. So the further down you go, you'll see that you'll start getting this unity where everything is the same. It's made up of the same stuff. But when you travel upward towards the surface, you are going to get multiplicity. And this is why the Egyptians, one of the reasons why the Egyptians liken this level down here to water, because as you come to the surface of water, as fish and aquatic animals swim deep, you can't see them. You can't distinguish them. But as they start to come to the surface, you can start making distinctions. Okay, that's a crocodile, that's a hippo, that's a whatever, that's a whatever. Okay, so as you percolate to the surface, you become distinct. As you sink down, you become the same. And that's the sameness. Okay, so y'all have to understand that. So this is what the Egyptians understood. Out of unity, you get multiplicity, but that multiplicity is all entangled into a unity. And I'm gonna tell y'all something else. Now I shouldn't even be telling y'all this because I'm gonna tell y'all some secrets. Out of this phenomenon, this is a natural phenomenon that we can observe, y'all, because everything I'm telling you, y'all know is demonstrable. Okay? This is nothing spooky. This is nothing pseudo. And I dare somebody to accuse me of it. Okay? That's a dare. I have a perpetual dare for that. But listen, out of this unity, out of what I'm explaining, this sameness and this distinction, this two directional travel here, out of this is what you get called ma'at. Okay? So I'm telling y'all, out of this is what you get what's called ma'at. Because ma'at, it's a defining the interconnectedness and interrelationship between all things. Okay? And this connection and relationship between all things is what causes law to exist. And so this is why we define law or ma'at as that which is true. Ma'at is truth. Ma'at being that which is true, truth, reciprocity, harmony, balance, all this other kind of stuff. Because out of the unity, multiplicity, and out of multiplicity is unity. And between here is where this deity exists, and this is why this deity can solve all problems. Conflict resolutionist. Who is that? Y'all hear me say it all the time. I'm going to capitalize it, though. That's the deity Jehuti. It's because of everything is interconnected and interrelated to everything. Jehuti, as a deity, is not a real person, but Jehuti is the aspect of solving all problems, the ultimate conflict resolutionist. It is the ability to solve a problem without creating a new one, because you'll see how everything is made up of the sameness, and all you have to do is just change the arrangement and the quantity of it to create the distinctions. And so, but that gets into something else. But I just wanted to share that with y'all for tonight. At least y'all will be able to follow that and put something on your mind to think about. So you gotta think twice about making claims about finiteness and mortality versus immortality and stuff like that, or when we die, what is we? Who are the we? You know, who am I? What am I? You know, is there another entity that makes up me, or who I am, or what I am, and stuff like that? So it's a lot. So it's not that simple. So you gotta slow down the conversation when you're having these kinds of discussions. This can't be microwave. This can't be, clowned and debated and rah-rah and put into a drama and stuff like that. You just can't do it. All right. So it's already late, y'all. I don't know if y'all want to go till 1:30, 12 minutes. I got 12 more minutes.
Yeah, more chemistry. You definitely should have been my chemistry teacher. Could have sent me some bad grades.
No, I wish I had an element chart I could show y'all real quick, because without seeing it, you'll see what I'm talking about. Because you have the atomic level or the element level, and then molecules. Molecules are made up of elements. And then those molecules combine and they form larger things. And you got to see it. It's right in front of our face. You have everything is made up of something else. And the smaller you get, the more sameness it is. And the larger you get, or the more complex you get, the more distinct it is. And so we do this. So let me do another one. And listen, I can do these examples for days, but I'm gonna give y'all one more, last one. Remember what I said. And I'm gonna write this here. Remember what I said. I gave y'all these two words. Ontology. Man, if it were right. We have ontology and tax. If y'all are not familiar with this, these words, look them up. Ontology and taxonomy. Ontology deals, Ontology deals with existence. Taxonomy deals with hierarchical relationships. Okay. And the most familiar taxonomy system is biological taxonomy, where we got Homo sapiens sapien, how we're mammals, we're primates, and we're, chordata, and all this other kind of things. And y'all probably heard me talk about it when we talk about evolution. So remember that ontology deals with existence and how existence itself is categorized, and taxonomy deals with the hierarchical relationship of different things in existence. Okay, so just think about it that way. All right, so here is another example of what I was showing here. When you go down, you're getting into sameness because everything is made up of the same stuff. It's the arrangement and the quantity of those things as you move up where things become distinct from one another. Okay, so we do it in taxonomy the same way. So I'm gonna put some few words here. Okay, we have, man, this thing is not typing here. So I'm trying to be all fast. Okay, we have a lion. We have a panther. We have a leopard, leopard. We have a leopard. We have a cheetah. Is that two E's? Okay. We have a cheetah. Tiger. And y'all get the point. So I'm going to ask y'all a question. Based on, first of all, I'm going to ask you simple. We're going to slow it down. Is a lion a panther?
No.
No.
No. Is a panther a leopard?
No.
Is a leopard a cheetah?
No.
Is a cheetah a tiger?
No.
Okay. So these are on the surface. They're distinct animals, right? But there's something in between these animals that we observe as human beings where we can label them all under one name. So you have multiplicity. So let me put that there. Multiplicity. So that's right here. So those are distinct. They're multiple. Then you have here sameness. Now, what's the sameness about all of these?
Felines.
Exactly. So felines technically would be the family. So it's technically called Felidae, which is plural, but we say felines. So all of these multiple distinct animals can be put into one same category called Felidae or felines. All of them. Why? Because we can recognize some sameness that's shared between all of them. And on the street, we say same difference. It's the same difference. Same difference. Same felines difference. Lion, panther, leopard, cheetah, tiger. You wouldn't want any of them in your house. Oh, it's the same difference, dog. I don't want none of those things in my house.
Right.
I don't want none of those things. I ain't gonna wrestle with none. If I see any of those things, I'm running. You know? So anyway, I just want to show y'all that example. Because on this side, we're dealing with ontology, how things are categorized. And on this side, we're dealing with taxonomy. So I just wanted to show y'all an example of we do this. It's around us every day, all day. There's nothing spooky. There's nothing pseudo about this. And I dare somebody to accuse this of being pseudo. Because anybody who does that, I guarantee you, they either they never took chemistry or they flunked. Because the periodic table of elements represents patterns. And see, this is where it gets touchy for people. When people want to talk about intelligence and the word design in the same sentence, and they try to put it together, intelligent design, and how Christians try to run with that and say, oh, that's proof of God. Well, they take it to a whole nother fantasy level. But if we're going to stay on the scientific side, intelligence is a result, or how intelligence is observed is through patterns. And so if we're going to define intelligence as the observation of patterns, then the periodic table of chart is a representation of an intelligence, because it's patterns. That's why they call it a periodic table of elements. Things happen periodically. That's why I call it a periodic table of elements, where the electrons and the quantity and the arrangement periodically repeats itself. Okay, and so in that sense, in a scientific sense, we're talking about a design. What is a pattern? A pattern is a design. Okay, but the problem people have is because what people who don't deal with science and focus on a belief system, they have taken that and they ran with it, and they try to attribute that to their belief in this God or this father, sky daddy in the sky somewhere, and things like that. That's what people have a valid problem with. But what happens is some people take that valid problem with those people who do that, but then they start ignoring the actual science behind it, the actual science of it. And so remind them, just show them the periodic table and say, hey, this periodic table represents a pattern. You cannot deny the pattern. Okay? Because you got the atomic number, and all these different elements are getting heavier and heavier and heavier, where their mass is getting greater and greater and greater. More of the particles are included. But guess what? The first orbit only has 2 electrons for all of them. And so on and so forth. And we only change names because they have a unique identifier or a unique identity. What's the difference between man, y'all gonna make me pull up the chart.
Might as well, instead of leaving us hanging.
What's the difference between, and they got some excellent charts out there, but what's the difference between let's say I'm trying to pick a good one. Okay, boron and carbon. I mean, I'm not expecting an answer to right now though, but I'm saying, if you pick any 2 elements that are side by side, ask yourself, what's the difference? Outside of the name, of course, boron is not carbon. As far as a name, they're 2 totally different names. But in terms of what it is and what it's composed of, what is the real difference between the 2? And then the way that the periodic table of elements is arranged, y'all should study it. If y'all fail chemistry, man, shame on you. Do a review, like get Chemistry for Dummies, or watch some YouTube videos or something, because the way that this table is arranged is really, really nice. Because if you go across, they're usually color coded and they're in columns and rows. And when you go from one element that's above or below each other, you're going to see that they're very, very much alike from the ones that are side by side in the same row. And then when you get to the end, you have what's called noble gases, and usually 9. I used to have them memorized: helium, neon, argon, krypton, xenon, radon, and I think that was it. I'm probably missing a couple of them, but those are complete. You know, those are complete. They nickname them noble gases. But anyway, so I'm not gonna why is my screen? White. Y'all still see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, all right, it's 1:30 though. So I'm see I'll turn the MCI on, so I'm gonna keep it quiet. Anybody got any closing remarks? But we can continue this conversation. We can have this conversation, y'all. Another time. How did we get on this? How did we get on this topic? I'm gonna blame it on Mika. Yep. I'm blaming it on Mika because Mika put up the post. When we die, we go into a state of non-existence. What exactly dies? What is death really? And I'm gonna tell you, it's funny because the reason why I brought all this up is because I was showing that how you define something is paramount to how you can understand it and discuss it and talk about it and whether it's real or not. Because if what makes us us is a unique combination of numbers, let's just say that we are a combination of numbers. And how many digits we want to be? Let's just say, to make it easy, let's say we are 4 digits. Now we have 10 digits from 0 to 9. And let's say we're made up of a string of 4, like your PIN number to your credit card. Okay. Let's say every person was a unique number. Every person was a unique number. But the reason why I brought all this up is because collectively, I mean, we are a string of numbers. But guess what? Each digit has a limitation. It can only be 0 through 9. So every person is made up of the same digits, hence the same stuff, but it's how they are arranged and the quantity of them that makes us unique. So y'all should be able to see why I was doing what I was doing. But anyway, anything closing?
Let's have this conversation another time and go into it.
Yeah, I think it was a good conversation. I like how you broke it down. And you kind of said some things without saying them as well. And I learned some stuff earlier talking about the phonetic complements. That was cool.
Yeah, we definitely have more conversations, and that's fine. That's fine. Anybody wanting to have that conversation, I'm definitely open to it. But I just want everybody to understand that a serious conversation is never microwaved, ever. And if people are not willing to properly define things and contemplate things that will set you on a trajectory, then you might as well not even have conversations. Don't worry about it. Just go to Disneyland and go on vacation and have fun. Because it's very, very important. You got to understand that the very word true, truth, fact, and how and why we translate the word ma'a and ma'at with those English words is it has to do with straight lines. And you got to understand that if there's only one way to hit a target, which is you have to aim and hit a bullseye. Let's say you had a target with a bullseye right in the middle. And if you're shooting a projectile towards that target, you want to hit the bullseye. If your angle is off by any minute portion or angle, you're not going to hit the bullseye. Especially if the further away the target is from you, the further away from the bullseye you'll be if you're off target. And so it's very important, and I say that because it's very important at the beginning of a conversation. Now remember, the beginning of the conversation represents the let's just call it a laser machine, a laser gun. That's the beginning of the conversation. The finish line of the conversation is the target, is the bullseye target. And so you put it out there at 25 yards away from you. And so the goal of a conversation is to point your laser gun at the target, pull the trigger, and you hit the bullseye. Okay? So in mid-travel, if you're traveling, the first thing you want to do is you want to make sure you aim straight. If your angle is off or thrown off, you're going to miss the bullseye. And so a conversation works the same way. If you do not properly define your terms and concepts at the beginning, which is at the point of the laser gun itself, then when you fire that conversation and you start having that conversation with people, it can miss the bullseye. And so that's what I mean when I say conversations have to be slowed down. You measure twice, cut once. Measure twice, cut once. You make sure everything is proper in the beginning. That way when you fire it, you know you're going to hit the bullseye. That's it. And when you miss the bullseye, that's called sin. To miss the mark. And so you have law and then you have sin. Follow the law or you will commit a sin. That's where that comes from. To sin means to miss the mark. And so every time you get off of that straight and narrow path or that straight trajectory, you will commit a sin. And so this is where ma'at and isfet comes in, where you have ma'at is this straight line. And when you veer off that straight line or whatever, you are prone to commit sins or find fault or be wrong. Right, wrong. Ma'at, true, right. Ma'at, true, right. Ma'at, that which is right. So right, truth, straight, trajectory, all those things have things in common. Okay, and this is, I'm going to stop there. So we have to understand, we have to define these terms. So for example, Mika said, do we die? We have to properly define the we. What makes us us? Because in an Egyptian's mind, the answer is no. Because they define a person as a multitude of 9 entities. And one of your entities has an expiration date, but another one can live on. And when we say afterlife, you got to define what is life and what is death. What is actual death? Is death the decomposition of the human body? Then yes, if that's it, then yes. But is that it? Because if your name lives on and the name is an entity that makes you, then you're not dead. Only the ownership of your body, the thing that you own, cease to exist. And then what is death? Death is a transformation. Creation is a transformation and death is a transformation. It's just both of them are two ends of the same stick. Because think about this. If nothing is created nor destroyed, but only transforms, then whatever that thing was, it has to, and for it to not be what it was, it must have transformed, because where would it go? It can't go anywhere except transform, because you can't take away from it and you can't add to it. That's what it means when they say energy can't be created nor destroyed in a closed system. That means you cannot take away from it and you cannot add to it. So any particular thing that ceased being that thing, it must have went through a process that we call transformation. This is where you get the word keper from. This is why every single day the Egyptians were reminded of this transformation process with this scarab beetle. The scarab beetle represented the word keper, and it was making manifest this ball of energy, this sun in the morning. It wasn't pushing the sun through the sky. It was actually manifesting the sun, bringing the sun back into manifestation once it died every day. It got swallowed by Nut, and it was reborn, or it goes into the west into the portals or the sepket or the pylons of the west, and it will go into this place, this area called the duat, and it would do some things through the 12 hours of the duat or the 12 gates of the duat, and then it would end up coming back into manifestation the next day. And this happened every day. It happens so much that everybody can have faith in it, because if it didn't happen, none of us would be here to even think about it anyway. Because if that sun disappears, we are not going to be here to even think about what happened. It'd be no afterthought. It'd be no like, what just happened? So that process was, is, and will be the process for a long, long time. Anyway, so anybody else? Emiket or Juju? I ain't hear from you.
Oh, I'm just listening.
Okay, Emiket, got anything close with?
Shimon Hotep. No.
I think you should at least have these kind of conversations, like not in the back end, but like on like where everybody can participate live at least once a month or bi-monthly. I think that would be really good. We could go over some of the questions and just break it all down. I think it's really interesting.
Okay, yeah, people gotta get their chemistry game up, because we could definitely talk about it. But I mean, I show it basic enough so people can understand. It has nothing to do with what people like to style as pseudo spooky religion stuff at all. These are things that are very real, very observable, things that are right here in front of us, right here, right now. No one in their right mind can tell me that salt and water are the same things, but when you look at what it's composed of, they're composed of the same stuff. The difference is the arrangement of those things. The amount and the arrangement. Quantity and the arrangement. That's what make them distinct. And that's for every single thing in existence. And this was understood, talked about, documented in colorful ways, figurative ways, in all kinds of ways, but it was documented and contemplated for a very long time by many people, not just Egyptians, different people. And people are sleeping on the Greek, what the Greeks did in terms of these kinds of things. You got the Greek philosophers, and if you actually study, they give homage to a lot of the Egyptian work. But scholars today that like to push up and hold up high Greek philosophy, they will tend to kind of leave that part out. And that's why Dr. Theophilo Benga's work is very important, where he points out just how much the Greek philosophers appreciated and gave reverence to the Egyptian philosophy, to the Egyptian sciences and knowledge. But the way we get it today through the educational system is filtered through the Greek philosophy. So we'll hear Plato, Platonian, Neoplatonian philosophy, Socrates, Aristotle, and all those guys. We'll hear about them, and we'll talk about all those things. We'll talk about people maybe familiar with nous, brain newts and nous and metaphysics and all this other kind of things. That comes out of Greek things. And so we have to just reorientate it back over to Kemet. That's it. The word for ontology, existence, is the word when. Ontology, the W is a O. Like when we say wasir, the Greeks change it to Osir or Osiris. So you have on. When becomes on. The word when means to exist. It's the categorization or the study of existence itself. And then Kepler as an aspect of evolution and change, or things change, is a perpetual phenomenon. So creation is never an event. that has occurred. Creation is a perpetual, ongoing continuum, because every single thing in existence changes constantly. And that's why you know, you may hear some old elders say the only thing constant is change. It seems like a paradox, but that's a deep saying. The only thing constant is change. Think about that. The only thing constant is change. That's some deep stuff right there. But all right, I'm gonna say Shimon Hotep to y'all and play this outro. Hope everybody enjoying their Valentines. You know, remember, happy spouse is a happy house. So if any of y'all have significant others, make sure that they're happy. Trust me, your house is gonna be happy. Keep them happy, male or female. Happy spouse, happy house. I used to say happy wife, happy life. That's because I'm a man. But it goes both ways. Happy spouse, happy house. Trust me, you sisters out there, you gotta keep your husband happy too. So that's the new thing. Happy house, happy spouse. Excuse me, happy spouse, happy house. All right, so y'all enjoy yourselves. So Shimon Hotep.
Shalom Hotep.
Hotep.
Peace.